It's about that time. It's about that time. It's about that time. We're gonna do roll call out the back. Let's see who's in the building. Peace to the family, peace to you and yours. Welcome to episode 90. Texas is in the building. Rightfully so. I'm in Texas right now. Cincinnati's in the building. Yeah. West Phoenix is in the building. Yeah. LA is in the building. Talk black to me. NC is in the building. Jersey's in the building. Sacktown is in the building. Jersey City is in the building. Tri-Cities is in the building. Charlotte is in the building. Huh? Sure. Let's go. Ohio, but in Hawaii. Legend. Long Island is in the building. Strong Island. Greensboro is in the building. Chill. Oak Park. Albany, New York. Anderson. Bmore. Toronto. Seattle is in the building. Connecticut is in the building. Watts is in the building. Yeah. PG by way of Bmore is in the building. Savannah's in the building. Cincinnati's in the building. Austin, Texas. Republica Dominicana is in the building. What's really good? Largo, Florida. Mar-Largo, that is. Detroit is in the building. Orlando is in the building. West Philly is in the building. What's goody? Phoenix is in the building. Prospect Heights, okay. You know, I used to go to Jackie Robinson, 320 in Prospect Heights. Shout out to all of my Prospect Heights family. St. Louis is in the building. Compton is in the building. Y'all all right? Oh, just Largo, not Mar-Largo? Okay. Largo is in the building. Milwaukee's in the building. You know? Oh, thank you, Zach. Zach coming through like fucking Santa Claus with the big donation of Cash App. Appreciate you, Zach. Thank you for that. That's a good way to start out tonight. You know, I'm talking about with a bag. It's always a good way to start out. FYI, if you was ever wondering, it's always a good way to start the night out with a motherfucking bag. You know what I'm talking about? Wisconsin is in the building. Yeah. Atlantis is in the building. Peace to Atlantis. Okay. Jacksonville, Land of Flowers. I see you. 407, Oklahoma. Jacksonville, 4 years ago to this day, we was in the I think it was the Hyatt. We were doing the Summit of the Moors with Diallo Sekou. I was looking at my Facebook memories. 757 in the building, Baltimore in the building. Thank you, Baltimore, for pulling up this weekend for the Wesley Muhammad Red Pill Lecture, The Weaponization of Hip Hop. Straight classic. I told you niggas to pull up. To the ones that pulled up, salute to everybody. But I told y'all, you need to come and witness these classics. Watching that shit on Facebook or on the video is one thing, but being there is a whole nother thing. You know, we was going so hard, we're going to have to do a part 2 because it was so much information. You dig? Okay, shout out to Empress B444. You going to be home in 10 minutes? I got you. Don't worry, we here. I'm a moderate it until you get the until you're able to quarterback. I got this. Yeah, but if you go to Facebook, yeah. I did my thing. You know, I like teaching with Dr. Wesley though. I'm gonna get into that in a minute. You know, we're gonna get into that in a minute. But I think on Facebook, Dr. Wesley Muhammad, he has a Facebook page. Somebody was live streaming part of my presentation and his presentation. So if you want to go and check it out, you could go and check it out. But we had it professionally videotaped. You know, the audio, everything was professional. So when they finish editing, I'll have that available on, hopefully by that time. Yeah, New York, 718. Where's that? Queens, Brooklyn, or the Bronx? What part of 718? But When will you, your brother, do something again without the extra people? You know what? We've had these conversations too. You know. Oh, it's the Bronx that you repping? Oh, you know. Shout out to the BX. Hold it down for me. I ain't there right now. Hold down the Bronx for me. You know. In 2020, it'll be a lot more pill, red pill, blue pill, KT, even mama pill type of things, you know. So we will be doing those more so in 2020, where we'll be focusing more so on the gang, But primarily, my whole, from 2005 up until now, it's been a lot of collaborative affairs, you know what I mean? It hasn't really been us by ourselves. But there's nothing wrong with that. One of the things that I opened up when I did the lecture with Wesley Muhammad was, sometimes people need to see unification. You know, this community is very vast. People find out about other teachers through different channels. You know, they find out about people through Vlad, the Breakfast Club, YouTube. They find out about people through recommendations on YouTube. So sometimes you don't even know who's who. You don't even know who's, who's cool. You don't know who works well with each other because there's this atmosphere of competition and there's this atmosphere of people clashing in the community over the years. So people don't know how far back certain people go, especially if they jumped into this recently and whatnot. And I watched the interview with Nuri Muhammad that recently was on the Breakfast Club, and what he was talking about, he opened up speaking about unity versus uniformity. And Gustavia, thank you for the Cash App. I'm giving shout outs to all of the Cash Apps tonight on some Christmas Eve, you know, winter solstice type of shit. We're gonna put this on the record, you know what I mean? So the motherfucking elves could get the word out to Santa that y'all are out here being real good Christians. I'm just playing, but you know what I'm talking about. But Nuri Muhammad was saying that unity and uniformity is two different things. Yeah, solar eclipse is on the 26th. Get ready for that. Unity and uniformity is two different things. Uniformity is we all are wearing the same uniforms. You know how the Nation of Islam dresses up with the bow tie and the suits and they have uniformity, whereas if somebody was in the ranks with them and they was dressing like me, they would look out of rank because they're not in uniformity. So you automatically assume that if they wearing a bow tie and if they wearing a suit, that they're on the same frequency as everybody that's wearing a bow tie and a suit, right? So what Nuri Muhammad said was fuck that. He was like unity over uniform. You don't have to look like me. You don't have to wear a ankh. You don't have to be copper down. You know what I mean? Running around with the chopper sound. You don't have to do that. Me personally, I get the heebie-jeebies around my clones and whatnot. I don't want niggas that's looking like me. Too tough. And that's nothing. That's nothing. I'm not taking no shots. I'm just saying, like, what I'm into. People that's doing their own thing. I'm into people that's comfortable in their own skin. I'm into people who are cool being themselves. I'm into people who pull up and they like, damn. And I'm looking at them like, yo, I couldn't carbon copy you, but that's a dope ass style that you got. You know what I'm talking about? I'm feeling that. Like I see where you're going with it. So when it comes to the Nation of Islam, even though when your boy cleans up, I don't know if y'all been in the presence, but shout out to Kevin for the cash app. These are some heavy cash apps that's coming in. I really appreciate you. Y'all are in the giving mood tonight, and that's dope. How long I've been rocking the fro? I just started this year. I'm paying homage to my parents. My father and my mother both have been rocking afros since we were born, and they've been wearing their hair ever since. Beyond, they went against the when it was not a fad in the '80s. Niggas had drippy jerry curls. They still had the fro. In the '90s, niggas had flat tops. They were trying to give my mother a flat top. They still had the fro. You know what I'm saying? They wanted my father to get dreads. He still had the fro. And up until right now, they still rocking their afros. So I just let my hair grow out because I figured that every time I got a Caesar, I was disrespecting them, you know? And then look at this. It works for me, you know? My mother said that I'm being real disrespectful because I don't comb it out. But I told her, lady, you know what I'm talking about? You know, we in a different time. Like, you know, look at these are fractals. You know what I'm saying? I'm paying homage to the fractal universe. Like, you know, I don't need my shit to be combed out. I'm not Shaft. Shout out to Lenasia with the Cash App 777. Yeah, you know, KT was the first one who pulled up with the fro, had us looking real crazy. You know what I'm saying? So I was like, you know what? I'm gonna just follow my younger brother's lead, and I'm gonna just let my shit grow. And that's one of the best decisions that I think I made. Uh, Not the only best decision, but one of the best decisions I made. Letting myself, you know, letting it be. You know what I mean? Yeah, that non-ether, that is real. That is real. Y'all want to hear the story about the white people that wanted to play in my hair? And somebody made a slick remark. I'm on a train and whatnot. You know, we start up this small, you know, we start small talking and whatnot. So then they made a remark about my hair standing up. You know what I'm saying? So I was like, oh, how convenient. You guys are giving me the opportunity to talk my shit. So then I was like, well, you know, how convenient is it that your hair can't stand up and mine's can? You know what I'm talking about? Because my shit is talking to the sun. You understand? Living things stand up, right? And I had to look at the European in his eyes and say, you know, when Becky, when she gets you aroused, don't your little man stand up? You know what I'm talking about? Like shit stands up when it's alive. So if your hair's always laid out, my nigga, you know what I mean? There's no life in that shit. You know what I'm talking about? So the fact that my hair is defying gravity, the fact that my shit is talking to the, you know what I mean? It's I didn't do this. Like it's not like, you know, I will Timothy with the Cash App. I appreciate you. It's all love. Love and light to you and yours. You understand? Love and light to you and yours. So I'm like, yo, I told him, I said, I condition my shit. Like I got the Dominican brush. Sometimes I hit it and let the shit spin and whatnot. But I'm not waking up pulling my hair. I wake up and my shit is pointing. It's like sticking out. So I'm like, God damn it. My hair is talking to something. It's communicating with something because it's extending outward. It's aroused. And I'm like, damn, that's a living organism on my head. So if I'm continuously for 40 some odd years shaving that away, cutting that down, you know, manicuring my lawn, you understand? I might be taking something away from myself. So I asked the European, I said, do your shit stand up? And he looked at me with the fragility look. You know what I mean? I think I was hitting the fragile. I think I went below the belt on him. And he was like, "What do you mean?" I was like, "What do you mean? What do I mean? You know what I mean? Does your shit stand up like this?" And he was like, no, clearly." So I was like, "Well, clearly we understand that there's a difference in, you know, texture, but not just in texture. It's a difference in, like, it's a whole fucking difference in just physiology. You know what I mean?" So then my stop came and I got off. But going back to what I was talking about before I got into that thing about the afro. But yeah, I definitely I love my hair. And for my brothers out there, you know, if you giving it, you know what I mean, give it a shot. You know, this is a protective hairstyle. You know what I'm talking about? Give it a shot. Let your shit grow out. You know, you could play in it. You know what I'm talking about? One of my stress relievers is playing in my hair and untangling the shit. You know, and I really appreciate it. You know what I'm saying? I do appreciate my hair. You feel me? I'm gonna be at Curl Fest next year. You know, testifying. Yeah, they got a thing for our hair because they can't grow it, and they got a thing for they fetish over our melanin because they don't have it. You know, I was listening to Tariq Nasheed this Wednesday. I mean, this Sunday, and he was talking about the lady from Queen and Slim, right? A certified bed wench. She's a spokesman for the bed wenches at this point. The way that she was going in, and she said something to the effect that she was never made to feel beautiful until it came to this white man or this European who happened to make her feel beautiful. I'm like, sister, you've been in the wrong fucking bars and whatnot. You've been in the wrong spots. You know what I'm talking about? So it's no longer Queen and Slim. It's Queen and Slim Shady. You know what I mean? And the European, the cracker that she married, um, he's from he's from I forgot what show that he's from. He's from like Night Court or something. He's from some ancient shit. You know what I'm saying? He's not even getting no checks. And she had the audacity to say that a European made her feel beautiful. Dawson's Creek. What the fuck is Dawson's Creek? You know what I'm talking about? That came out with Beverly Hills 90210. You don't get no points for that, Ma. You're not marrying up. You just got you just had a movie come out. What are you talking about? That nigga's not you can't he's not even streaming right now. You know what I'm talking about? So to have a European who fetishes over your melanin, you know, tell you certain things that you don't know about yourself because they study us. You know what I'm talking about? I was ear hustling in the bar before, and I was able to catch some swirling. You know, I was able to catch the early phasing of a swirl go down. And the Euro, the shit that he was hitting her with was it was like some Smithsonian type of shit. Like he was hitting her with Smithsonian game. You know what I mean? I was in Nairobi, and I was out there with the I was out there jumping high with the tribes and whatnot, and I just fell in love with giraffes, and your neck just looks so long and elongated, and it just reminded me of the glimmer of a giraffe. All of this fake jungle shit. You know what I mean? And she was eating it up. She was eating it up. And I was like, yo, I was like, in my mind, I was like, fam, you're doing us a big favor. Like, you don't even know right now. Like, please take her. You know what I'm saying? And don't bring her back. Like, you're doing us a wild favor because we got to cut the motherfucking grass sometimes. You know what I'm talking about? She probably wasn't strong enough for the to be with the tribe. She wasn't strong enough to be with the tribe. You know, sometimes you gotta take old Yeller out and handle that. So I mean, we losing a few to the dark side. You know what I'm talking about? We losing a few, but they was lost to begin with. So I don't even, you know what I'm saying? Like, and we're not taking you back. Let's be clear. We're not taking you back. And my whole thing is all of the women that I know personally who be swirling and then they start talking down on black men, they usually were the wild promiscuous, pass arounds. What the people call a bust down nowadays. You understand? It's not like some fucking highly dignified queen or whatnot gets snatched up, by a colonizer who goes and colonizes her in her colony. You know what I'm talking about? It ain't like we losing those type of sisters. You know what I'm saying? They pulling up and grabbing the Serenas off of the motherfucking courts. You know? Yeah, I needed some bop in it. And I'm not being facetious. I'm just saying. I'm just saying. They know what to target. They know how to sniff out somebody who has not been very well versed on who she is historically, and going back to what I'm saying, to the family that that's a danger. That's an Achilles heel to not know anything about who the hell you are other than the ADOS. Oh, I'm just a slave. Well, you gonna get lined up by you know what I'm saying, by Billy Bob Thornton. That nigga's gonna come and monster ball you one day, cause he don't have to say much. You know, he don't gotta say much. He just put on some fucking Tina Marie, and your ass is you're gone. You're done. Me and my lady was having this conversation about the best duets or the best duet song that ever came out. And I said Fire and Desire. You know? I was like, yo, Fire and Desire is one of the illest duets that I've ever heard. Fuck is you talking about? We gotta talk about this. You know, that's a breakup song too. Let's be clear. That's not even a we together type of song. Rick James was telling Tina Marie, you know, bitch, you turned me out. I was in the cave for a minute, but now I'm on my way. But the energy, the chemistry, and Fire and Desire, I have not heard that kind of chemistry on a track since. Now y'all could put y'all could throw it out there. What's one of the hottest duets? Mary J. Blige and Method Man. Stop. You must be 11 years old to say shit like that. Don't do that. I'm talking about soul music. Let's be clear. I'm talking about soul music. Somebody said Ja Rule and Ashanti. I mean soul music. Not no hip hop. Let's go. I'm talking about R&B soul music. They fuck, not the hip hop. Soul music. Secret Lovers was dope. Yes, they came in second. Marvin and Tammy came in second. Kissing You is dope. Kiki and Avant, that was dope. Mariah Carey and Bone Thugs. What about Mariah Carey and ODB if y'all want to go there? You know what I mean? I'm mostly talking about straight on my own. I played on my own afterwards to show her that there was a white man singing to Patti LaBelle. And I was like, yeah, but no. On my own, that's not it. That's not it. Fire and Desire. Those notes that they both was hitting. Nelly and Kelly Rowland. I see that we need to do a Know the Ledge party. We need to do a Know the Ledge soul party. Maybe we might do it when Jennifer Hudson's movie drops about being Aretha Franklin. We need to do a Know the Ledge party because I'm not going to get up here and start talking down to people who I love. That's y'all. I ain't going to do that because some of us are kind of young and we might not have heard some of this music. Roy Ayers and Sarita, Fabulous and Little Mo, Alexander O'Neal and Cheryl. There's a top 10 list, and Alexander O'Neal is on there. You know, and Marvin Gaye and Tammy. Cause my father, right, my dad, he was the one who introduced us to jazz. He introduced us to R&B. He introduced us to Renee and Angela. Your smile, oh, that is fire. Your smile is fire. Luther and Beyonce, y'all need to stop. Luther and Cheryl Lynn. But the thing with Fire and Desire is Rick James was really, him and Tina Marie was really getting busy. You know what I'm talking about? I Can't Trust the Luther song. Too tough. Yeah, Peaches and Herbs is cool. You know, Peaches, Luther and Diana. You know what I'm saying? Pause. You know, So what I would do in a soul party, I would do it the same way that my father did for me. I would just introduce y'all to different Cadillacs. You know what I mean? Keith Sweat or Make It Last Forever. KC and Mary J. Nah, y'all, come on, man. Brian McKnight. I don't even want to talk about none of the 80s stars. Like, they cannot compare to the 70s. Are you serious? And they damn sure can't compare to the 60s. Like, it's a whole different sound. We need to do a party. Well, we're going to be doing the Shasta Mountain retreats. So I think in the Shasta Mountain retreats, we're going to do a party one of those nights. It's going to be a flash. It's going to be a time travel party. We're going to take you from the 20s, the roaring 20s probably, and bring that bitch all the way up into the 2020s. You dig? And we're gonna have a playlist of some. You're gonna have to slow dance this time around. You're gonna have to slow dance. We're gonna be doing a little bit of slow dancing. And we're gonna pay homage to the new era of Mary J and Method Man. All of the hip hop duets because I see in the comments y'all are heavy on the hip hop when it comes to what y'all feel is the best duets, and I respect that. I respect that. I got love for y'all because y'all are the new generation. You know what I'm talking about? And I can't assume that you had people playing the classics to you. But there's some classics out there that niggas didn't remix yet, that Puffy didn't sample, that we should be listening to because that soul music from the 70s and the 60s is actually it doubles as healing music. It's better than binaural beats. It doubles as healing music, and it's a time capsule because I could listen to some of that music and go back in time. I'll be like, damn, I was eating Cheerios. You know what I'm talking about? I was breastfeeding when this song was out. Like it just takes me back. Somebody said Foxy and Jay Z, Ghetto Superstar. Ghetto Superstar was the Fugees and who? It was Ghetto. It was Proswell. But yeah, we should get into that. You know what I'm saying? So we could get hip to this music. Get hip to the music. One of the best solo R&B songs is "The Making of a Woman," Curtis Mayfield, hands down. Y'all could Google that. You could go to what's that shit they call that you talking to Shazam. The Makings of a Woman, Curtis Mayfield. That might be my top three songs ever made. I cried when I heard that before. I cried, real talk. Like I cried tears of joy because that shit is so. It's so organically. You know what I mean? Like it sounds like what love would sound like if it was a song. You know, it really made. Even when I heard Maxwell, that song that Maxwell had about what's the song with Maxwell with women? That shit was a. Oof, I remember that. When I hear that song, I can remember the first time I heard it. Fortunate, yeah. Woman's worth. Woman's worth. Yeah, the woman's worth. You know that was fire. They don't make music like that anymore, y'all. You know what I mean? No offense to I like Chris Brown and Drake's song. I like a few R&B songs, but they don't make music. Remember when you go and look at the old classics, they had orchestras with them. They was inside of big ass booths and whatnot with bell bottoms on and shit. You know what I mean? Like it was just a whole different environment. It was a whole different environment. We were making real love children back then. Like my generation, we was being born in some real positive, negative ionospheric, you know, um, we were being created, we were being manifested in some very powerful love energy, right? Everything. Niggas have velvet rugs, water beds, bell bottoms, froze and whatnot. It's just a hole in everything. Your DNA was different because the environment was responding to it. It was a different environment. The marijuana wasn't government controlled and whatnot. Shout out to Wesley. It wasn't weaponized at that point. Niggas was smoking the Acapulco Gold and shit like that. There wasn't no 40 ounces. You feel me? The food wasn't GMO. The air wasn't polluted. They wasn't chemtrailing. You know what I mean? Our parents had black power on their mind. Our parents in the 70s, they had black power on their mind. They had soul on their mind. They had going back to Africa. That's why a lot of people from the 70s have these African names. And then them niggas got created and started coming up with shit like Fruquan, Melquan, Laquan. You know what I mean? Uh, 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 you know what I'm saying? All of these, Shanae, Sharquisha. You feel me? Or that nigga, that's not African. That's some shit that's gonna be that's a country that haven't even been created yet that they found those names from. Thank you, Jeffrey, for the Cash App. You a legend. Barquisha, Laquisha, Sharquisha. I had a girlfriend named Barquisha, my nigga. Imagine me telling my father, yo, when Barquisha comes over, send her upstairs. He was like, who? Somebody said Walmart t-shirt. You know what I'm saying? That's the ADOS names. I guess so. The ADOS created a whole fucking continent in which to draw names from because there's no country in Africa that them names came from, my nigga. Them niggas was playing spin the donkey on names and whatnot. You know what I'm saying? Them niggas was they was coming up with some whole nother I don't know where they came up with these names from, but it speaks of the times that they were living in. It speaks of the times that they were living in. Marvin Gaye was on his shit. You know what I mean? Curtis Mayfield was on her thing. You know what I'm talking about? Coffee. Oh my goodness. I remember being a young child and seeing Pam Grier for the first time. I was like, what the fuck? Like, this is a creation of God. You know what I'm saying? Like, you know, and I'm a little jit. I'm a youth. I'm a youngin. So she looked extra tantalizing. You dig? She looked extra tantalizing to my young eyes. But she was the epitome of black beauty to me in the Ebony Jet magazine days. You know, Whitney Houston, I was head over heels for Whitney Houston. This is pre-Bobby, my niggas. Pre-Bobby, the first record that my father ever bought me was a Whitney Houston. The one where they have the I believe the children are the future. Teach them well. They got us a record player for Christmas, and that was one of the first albums. This nigga Blue Pill was trying to. I believe that chicka children are the because we asked for a record player because you know that was around the time when hip hop was popping, so niggas wanted to start scratching the shit. So we got Whitney Houston scratching it. I believe the children are our future. Teach them well and let them lead the way. Yeah, Gil Scott Heron. My father used to play Gil Scott Heron all of the time. The Last Poets. That is my DNA. That's part of my makeup. Gil Scott Heron was one of the illest poets to live ever. Yeah, Whitney. I don't see a lot of like they don't like when VH1 be doing these throwbacks. Thank you, Samara. I appreciate you. When VH1 does these throwbacks about the 70s and music, we need I watched some shit on Netflix. I watched some shit on VH1 and MTV. They don't give us we need the black shit. Like give us the pure black 70s, 80s and 60s and 50s, 40s. I don't want no offense to the Europeans that are watching this, my Caucasian extension. You know what I mean? No offense. But I've watched all of the things that y'all had to offer when you go back in time and y'all give a y'all y'all enlighten us as to what was going on in the Nixon years and the Kennedy and all of that. Cool. You know what I mean? No offense. I think Oliver Stone did some shit. Tom Hanks got some shit. Whatever. Nigga, I want the Samuel Jackson breakdown of the 50s and the 60s and the 70s. I want the, you know what I'm saying? Like, I want the heavy soul. I want it to be all melanated. Black as black shit. Like I want to know what was going on in the blackest of blackest in our culture. And there is a conflict of interest that CNN and VH1 and Netflix and all of them, they don't have time for that. They're not going to give you that. I need a historian. I need somebody to dig the fuck in. I need Professor James Smalls. You know what I'm talking about? Like, I need our elders to pull back and let us know what was going on in the juke joint, my nigga. You know what I'm talking about? What was they smoking when Bumpy was in the building? Like, what was what was they playing when Bumpy walked in? You know, I want to know about that shit. You know what I'm talking about? Like, how many ones did Bumpy throw that night? Did he stab that nigga? You know, I need the details. You know, they don't give us all of that. Yeah, what was going on? Who was underground? Who was buzzing? Who was coming up? Who had beef? All of these things. A whole lot of whoopee was definitely going on. Oh, there's a whole lot of whoopee going on. You already know. You know about. You know. There was a whole lot of whoopee cushions getting aired out. Do yourself a favor by doing that. Shit. Y'all gotta leave. Go into 2020 with less clutter. Go into 2020 with a filtered subscribers list, meaning that you can't follow all of this white noise on YouTube. Okay? Do yourself that favor. I did it to myself. I did it for myself in Instagram. I started unfollowing the fallacious thoughts. You know what I'm saying? Not the thoughts that pop out every now and then with some shit. I'm talking about the ones that are just thoughting all day, daytime thoughts, AM thoughts. How you thoughting at 8 in the morning, ma? How you thought? How you thoughting on the gram at 9 a.m.? Niggas is trying to go to work. Like, there's no, you know what I'm saying? There's no time release on your thoughtery. So I had to get rid of them. You know, I had to get rid of certain people on YouTube. I unsubscribed from a few channels and whatnot. I'm like, get the fuck out of here. That shit is clutter. You know what I'm saying? Thought and never sleeps. I guess not. Because if London is 7 hours ahead of us, there's somebody thoughting in Brixton right now, and when you wake up, they ready for you. They like, here, come and get this. You know what I mean? Come and get this catfish. You know, and I had enough of it because I was in Texas. I'm in Texas now. Last time I was with my daughter, and you know they know how to work the phones. She's all in my DMs and everything. She's let me see who's DM you. I'm like, what the hell? You're only 6 years old. What do you know about this stuff? So she's scrolling through my Instagram, and I had the gas face. You know, I had the gas face because she had to. She was looking at me like, "Daddy, what's going on?" And I was like, "Oh shit, give me my phone." And you know, my Instagram was it was very unruly. You know, my timeline. You know, my shit was really like it was almost as if I was at the Blue Flames, you know, or Magic Mondays in the parking lot. You know what I'm talking about? It was too much traffic going on. So I started unfollowing them. And, you know, I just lightened up the clutter. And in my lecture this weekend with Wesley Muhammad that I'm going to get into in a minute. And, I mean, somebody said that my timeline was being disrespectful, and that's the frequency that I wanted to be on. And to be honest with you, you know, I could feel, I could understand where you're going with that because sometimes we are in it and we could become of it. Like we get so deep into the social media. We could sink so low into the Instagram thottery, or the time, or the Twitter madness, or the YouTube fuckery, that we don't even realize that we're in a septic tank. You understand what I'm saying? I'm glad that you said that, because sometimes you are in it and don't know that you becoming of it. So somebody on the outside looking in could look at your shit and be like, fam, this is not, this don't represent you, you know. But as a connoisseur of the culture, both the left side of the street and the right side of the street, I'm always tapping in to find out what's going on in the basement. You know what I'm talking about? What's going on in the attic? You know, cause I'm here to teach, so I gotta give the family. You know, I'm here to tell you certain things so you don't. You know what I mean? What did Jay-Z say? I didn't tell you to sell crack. Hove did that. You know what I'm saying? So you didn't have to do it. So sometimes I could go into the crevices, you know, of our culture that goes very deep, my nigga. Don't get it fucked up. You know, this shit goes so underground. You might come out on the other side of China, fucking around and keep the rabbit hole goes deep with this culture. You know, this shit is deep. It goes all the way into the deep web, like I told you. So, as a researcher, as a teacher, as a scholar, as somebody who got the skeleton keys, I could walk into any door that I really basically want to. I could walk into any world that I want to. You know what I mean? Like, I have the carte blanche to do such. So sometimes I just go in there and see what's going on. Be like, damn, the hell? What are you niggas in here doing? You know? But I had to clean up the timeline. And in the lecture, I brought up the theory of debasement. Okay? And I brought up the theory of debasement. And debasement is an economic term, right? And in debasement, when you utilize debasement and you're speaking about currency, right? Throughout history, currency was backed by gold, right? When the dollar was strong, it was because it was backed by precious metals. It was backed by something that was worth something. You go all the way back into Roman times, you had coins and whatnot that were basically gold coins and silver coins. But after a while, they began to cut those coins with cheaper metals. And by doing such, they began to debase those coins, thus lowering the value of the currency, right? So fast forward to the Nixon administration, where they take the dollar off of the gold standard and they back it by nothing. The dollar is backed by faith at this point, right? And they take away the gold, right? And they basically give us a debt note. They call fiat, right? So they debased our money system. They debased the dollar, and inflation is a cause of that, and all kind of shit. So I utilize that concept to speak about our culture, and how our culture is, this is a formula. Keep in mind, remember, the world is being run via formulas, concepts and ideas, algorithms, mathematical mathematical probabilities and equations, right? So I attributed debasement to what you see in the culture, and I'm gonna utilize this point right here. Rapping, hip hop, for that. The culture is hip hop and the art is rap. When we were coming up, everybody didn't rap. Thank you, Christopher, for the Cash App. When we were coming up, everybody didn't rap because they couldn't rap. Niggas knew how to make words rhyme, But everybody did not have the testicular fortitude to hop out there and be like, I'm a rapper, right? So when a rapper came out, that rapper was received, right, as being someone of value because the culture was not debased. There wasn't 1 million rappers. There was 100. And each rapper had their own style. Each rapper had their own flow. Each rapper had their own cadence. Each rapper, yeah, well, MC, rapper, each MC had their own style, flow, cadence. Some of them had their own look, like when Run DMC did the black leather with the Adidas and all of that, and the Kangos. LL came with the Kango with no shirt on you niggas. Like, yeah, y'all niggas could do the leather, but you can't do this. You know what I'm talking about? I'm in the gym, niggas. Holla black. And Big Daddy Kane was like, wait, what? You niggas is trying to do that? I'm gonna do the flat top with the trunk jewelry, nigga, with the 3 cuts in my eyebrows, nigga. The fuck is you talking about? Blah. And Slick Rick was like, oh, you niggas is trying to get fly on me? I'm gonna do the eye patch with all of the jewelry and whatnot with the motherfucking slope, little niggas. And I'm gonna throw the Oxford shit from London on. You know what I mean? Yeah, and then Easy E was like, oh, that's what you niggas over there is doing? I'm doing the black Raiders hat with the Jerry curls dripping on you niggas. You know what I'm talking about? I'm doing a white tee and whatnot with the black with the Jerry curls dripping on you niggas. So everybody had their own styles. They had their, and then they they were backed by gold. What do you mean, Red Pill? They were backed by gold. What was the gold? The goal was two things. The goal was the label, and well, the label came second. The goal was the crew. If you came out and you belonged to a crew, then you was backed by something. You had you were anchored, right? In something that already had value. The Hit Squad, right? The Juice Crew. I remember when I saw the Symphony, the Lynch Mob. I remember when I saw the Symphony, one of the illest posse crew tracks ever cut, nigga. I remember when I saw the Symphony. I was like, oh shit, nigga. Rhyme Syndicate. I was like, oh shit. Who are these niggas? Like, I knew about Big Daddy Kane, but when I seen them all come together, it was practically over. You know what I mean? Like, I was bought and sold. The Liquid Crew, right? BDP, Boogie Down Productions. That nigga, Miss Melody came out and she was backed by BDP, nigga. She was the shit because she was backed by BDP. The hieroglyphics, right? So when you was backed by a crew, it was like being backed by gold because the crew already laid it out to where they was like, yo, this is what we stand for. This is what we about. We all, yeah, Native Tongues, Q-Tip, Jungle Brothers, the Native Tongues, Lords of the Leaders of the New School. The Native Tongues had this shit lit. Yeah, Freestyle Fellowship out of LA. Lit. Boot Camp Click. Digging in the Crates. These are all rap crews. You could not come out if you did not have somebody backing you, bro. That wasn't, no, nigga. Yeah, De La Soul, Poor Righteous Teacher, Tribe Called Quest, Native Tongues. They had this shit lit, nigga. People talk about they woke and everything. It's niggas that were, they was woke back then. What happened? Lost Boys, Flavor Unit, You know what I mean? All of these crews, y'all. Foosh niggas. Obi, what's my dude? Tretch and them coming out of Jersey, right? Black Moon coming out of Buck Duck Down. NWA, that was a crew. And then Wu Tang later on, that was a crew. And then Wu Tang gets so when Killer Priest comes out, when Sons of Man come out, I'm like, them niggas is backed by the Wu Tang Clan. So there's nothing suspect about them because they got the cosign. When Das Effect comes out, I'm like, they got co-signed by Redman and Eric Sermon and them. Them niggas is already legends. You feel me? They already legends. You dig? So the turning point when everything changed, when it all fell apart, is when Tupac died and then when Biggie died. Right? That's the turning point. Not to say that everything ended at that point, but that was the turning point where niggas who did not have the balls to say that I'm a rapper all of a sudden was like, nigga, I'm a rapper. And you was like, you a what? Niggas was like, I'm a rapper. It's like, nigga, you not no rapper. Niggas was like, listen to my mixtape. And I'm like, and then it was the proliferation of the mixtapes. Everybody had a mixtape now. Like, nigga, where did this come from? Oh, Dungeon Family, Outkast, Goody Mob, Witch Doctor, Cool Breeze. Nigga, I was in Atlanta for all of that. Lit. If you was on a DJ Clue tape, lit. DJ Clue was the goal. Ralph McDaniels Video Music Box, that was the goal. That was the gold standard. So that's what everyone was backed by. And then the label was Def Jam, or the label was Priority, or the label was Death Row, or the label was shit like that. That was the gold standard, right? And you mean Peachtree City, the underground city in Atlanta, Peachtree City? I went there years ago. Young Bloods, Hallelujah. Yeah, nigga. Yeah, the Young Bloods had that shit lit. You know? Keith Murray, Def Squad, yeah, Keith Murray, Redman, all that shit, bro. They had it lit. Swisher House, lit. These are the crews. This is the gold. This is what's backing people. So after Biggie and Pac died, then everybody began to flood the quote unquote game. So now to be a rapper or to be an MC, it was not seen as something this special. It was not seen as something this unique. It was not seen as something that other people couldn't do. Right? Yeah, No Limit comes after Pac dies. I remember the back cover of the Source where Master P had an iced out West Side glove and he's kneeling down at a grave and whatnot. I'm like, who is this goofy ass nigga? You know what I mean? And then I seen the Ice Cream Man and I was hooked. I was like, oh shit. These, this some other shit right here. This some real dark shit. You know? I remember being in Atlanta and seeing a high video for the first time. It was 2:30 in the morning. We just came back from the club. Niggas was rolling up some regular Reggie weed, right? We was watching some shit. I don't know what we was watching, but I saw the video with Juvenile. Ha. Thank you, Brandon. Whoo! I got the heavy donation. The heavy cash app. Thank you, Brandon. I see the Juvenile video where he got the shirt off with the bandana with the yellow Lambo, and that nigga's in the hole. He's in the fucking back. He's in the trenches. Oh my goodness. I was intoxicated by that shit. Like I was. This is before Cash Money taking over for the 9-9. This is before the twerking and all of that. This is high, nigga. You know what I mean, huh? You know what I mean, huh? And then Hove did the remix. You gotta Hove set that whole when Hove remixed it. That's when New York picked it up. It's been on ever since, my nigga. Before Bling Bling. High. If Hove didn't remix High, nigga, I don't know if there'd be a Bling Bling and all of that. Like they ran with that. And let's put this on record that this is the beginning of the shift where the dope boys become the dope users. That's Cash Money. Okay? And you could say what you want to say, nigga. I was in the backstage of their concert and they asked me if I had the motherfucking doogie, my nigga. They was on that doogie very heavy. They was on that dope real heavy. That nigga asked me backstage, little old me, yo, you know we could get some heroin from? I'm like, heroin? You can't sell that out here. They like, nah, nigga, what you talking about? We on that. I was like, pause. Like, I don't know. I don't know. What's going on here? You know what I'm saying? Like, it fucked my mind. We was at a Zab Judah fight, matter of fact. We was at a Zab Judah fight. And them niggas was on that shit, bro. They was on that shit heavy, bro. BG especially. Them niggas was smacked. I don't know if Lil Wayne was on heroin, but BG and I don't know if it was Juvenile, but him and Turk, them niggas was strung out. So that's the crux of, where we're at now, where it's not about selling dope, it's about using it. And that shit is cool all across the border, everywhere that you go. Them niggas is on lean in Nigeria, they on lean in Zimbabwe, they popping pills, there's a pill crisis in Africa. You understand? They on lean in fucking the UK. Them niggas is on hard drugs and heroin in the UK. And they got influenced by the debased culture in America because World Star Hip Hop completely debased our culture. Let me rewind and let me finish this thought so we could continue about debasement, so you could understand that our culture it had a value system. It was attached to, it was valuable, right? And then after Biggie died, because Pac died before Biggie, but Biggie lyrically, and I'm not trying to create no smoke with anybody, lyrically, because he's in New York, Pac is in LA now, right? Biggie in the home of hip hop, where the walls, it's the wall of Jericho, it's the Trump Mexican border wall. Niggas with no bars could not climb that wall. So they played their position and stayed in their position. It's very important. That's why communities, and we need order. Any community that I belong to, it's going to have order to it. And it needs a level of organization and rank and file. You niggas is not going to you're not going to just hop off your porch and everybody's claiming to be a fucking king. You know what I mean? You said Pac had more connects. Yeah, but I'm not talking about connects. I'm talking about artistry. Biggie Smalls was identified as a master. He was seen as a lyricist. Now, if he wasn't alive back then, let's not get into this conversation, okay? Let's not get into this conversation because you wasn't there. And the way that they have changed things around, there's no way that you can understand, how it was based off of what you're seeing in this post this world that was created after their deaths, where they were both lionized and treated like heroes in the eyes of everyone. And that wasn't the case. Tupac was hated by the media. He was hated by white people. He was hated by black people when he was alive. Biggie Smalls was not embraced by no fucking white people when he was alive. They got paintings of this nigga all over Brooklyn as if that they was not treating him and everybody that he was representing like we were the scum of the earth. I say we because I was a part of that movement in the early 90s. That's the tunnel movement. That's Nostrand Avenue. That's Bed-Stuy. That's Flatbush. That's Brooklyn. Nigga, I'm talking about. That's BK. Hitting I-95 and spreading this shit all over America. That's what we were doing. We was hopping on planes, hopping on buses, Greyhounds, hopping on whatever the fuck we could get our hands on, and we was exporting New York culture all around quiet towns, tying them down, and we were going up and down, spreading the culture and leaving behind mixtapes. Facts. Fuck is you talking about? You know what I'm talking about? That's what we was doing. So the artists, they make the content, but it's the foot soldiers that spread the content. Nigga, it's the foot soldiers that go to the clubs and tear them shits down and represent and take niggas girls and whatnot. And we become the legends. The foot soldiers. It's not just one, it's not a fucking artist that does it by themselves. Like you can't just play a song in a club and the song creates a movement. The movement is the niggas that are moving. Let's be clear. In Brooklyn in the 90s, all of us grew our wings and we took our show on the road. Okay? And we took our show on the road. So people were intimidated. They wasn't trying to rap next to Junior Mafia. They wasn't trying to rap next to, yeah, Long Live Half a Mil. That's one of my brethrens right there. I was very cool with Half a Mil. Rest in peace to the legend. You know, people they wasn't trying to out rap JM. They was intimidated. Shorties wasn't trying to, there wasn't no Meg the Stallions trying to out rap Little Kim. Like, let's be clear. Okay? Busta Rhymes got us lit. Of course, it's not just a Biggie thing. Like, when it came to New York City in the 90s, for anybody who don't know, it wasn't all about Biggie Smalls. Like, he had it popping and everything, but the Locks was the Benjamins was the biggest song ever. When Big died, Mace was the biggest star. Cameron came, he was the biggest, he was one of the biggest stars. Boot Camp Click, they had beef with Biggie and them. They jumped the Boot Camp Click. What did they do? I think they jumped Junior Mafia. Remember, Boot Camp Click was cool with Pac and them. They had beef with them, and they was lit. Wu Tang, they had beef with Biggie Smalls. They was lit. Nas was lit. Everything on DJ Clue was lit. Foxy was lit. The Firm was lit. AZ was lit. Mobb Deep was super lit. The Lost Boys was lit. You know what I'm saying? So it wasn't no Biggie Smalls only. Easy E. What are you talking about? I'm talking about East Coast right now. I'm talking about the tunnel. No offense. I'm talking about the tunnel. Yeah, YZ was lit. I'm talking video music box. This is way before the internet. Fab was just coming up a little bit. Fab was just coming up, but he wasn't lit like that. Niggas was not. He was a mixtape legend, but he wasn't. No, they wasn't really checking for him like that. He evolved into who he is now. Cormega, yeah, Cormega was locked up, but he Most Def was on the underground. Most Def and Talib Kweli, they was underground and they was lit. That was called backpacker rap, what people would call woke right now. Capone Noriega, super lit. Animal Thug, what's my dude? Um, the Intelligent Hoodlum, Smooth the Hustler, super lit. You understand? Smooth the Hustler, super lit with broken English and whatnot. Biggie Smalls went on tour and opened up for Smooth the Hustler. Nature, Tragedy, lit. What is you talking about? This was way bigger than a goddamn Biggie Smalls, bro. Not Video Music Box, not the box. Video Music Box. It was different. Video Music Box, Ralph McDaniels. Not that. Not the box, the cable network. That's something different. Nice and Smooth. Yeah, they was Trigger the Gambler. The Roots was underground. Most Def was everything on Raucus was underground. Niggas, aka niggas, was not checking for that like that. Like the backpackers and stuff like that. You know, people who respected hip hop, yes. And in certain clubs that was playing, yes. But they were not considered to be the quote unquote frontliners. You know, they wasn't considered to be frontliners. Video Music Box, like I said, I put it on record before, is the most monumental thing that happened to New York rap and by vicariously hip hop ever, because MTV came later, and then the box came later. Without Ralph McDaniels, you do not have the explosion of hip hop music coming from a national and then a regional and then a nationwide. Well, not really nationwide because Video Music Box wasn't seen around the nation. It was a New York focus. It was on a goddamn the shit was on UHF channel. It wasn't even on regular TV. You had to turn that shit on. The channel had three channels. You know what I'm talking about? Thailand always supporting us. Always. Yeah, local MNN. It's on local MNN now, but it was on channel 31 in New York City when we were younger, right? When we was younger, you know, it was that the when I was in my hood, the niggas that was hot was Onyx because Sticky Fingers was from my hood. The Fushnikins was from Flatbush. They was fire. Gravediggers was fire. Um, Bush Babies was fire. Yeah, Beat Nuts, Lord Finesse. All of these people was popping when Biggie was alive. Naughty by Nature. So, nigga, what's my dude? Father MC, right? Ill and Out Scratch. So Biggie kind of moved Ill and Out Scratch sound, that Ill and Out Scratch sound, and that Father MC. He pushed that all the way out of the way. So you gotta so the period between 93 when Biggie comes out to the period of 97 when he gets murdered, he wipes out a lot of these artists that we talking about lyrically wise, not even battling them, just because of the sound that him and Diddy crafted. It becomes he outgrows their sound, right? He outgrows their sound. Yeah, the first Video Music Box used to show mad love to X Clan, and X Clan was in Flatbush, and I was familiar with Brother Jay and Sonny Carson's son, the head of X Clan. He knew us, you know what I mean? Rest his soul to him. What was that, Professor X? He was a legend. The red, the black, and the green. Sissies with a key. Sissies. So that was the niggas called woke music. They're not even doing nothing close to that right now. Niggas is getting all hype over J. Cole and Revenge of the whatever. And I'm no that's no offense to his crew or whatever niggas is calling woke right now. Nigga, you can't hold a flame to Public Enemy, Pete, Poor Righteous Teacher. Even Third Base was busting niggas ass back then. What are you talking about? MOP. Dudes was scared to death of MOP. MOP was really goblins in the hood. Like they was really, they was with body snatchers for real, for real. Yeah, ultra magnetic MCs. Nobody was going on the hill. Gangstar. Um, my dudes in them group home. Pete Rock and CL Smooth. And then of course you had the reggae, you had the dance hall, Super Cat, right? You had Beanie, you had Bounty. You know what I mean? And all of that was still in alignment because the dance hall in Flatbush was more popular than hip hop until the club called the Ark came out. And then the tunnel came out in the city, and then niggas who never went to Manhattan, that used to live in Brooklyn all their life, started venturing forth into the quote unquote city. Because before that, the clubs were sword fights or sausage fest, right? So all of that boom bap shit that we was talking about, leaders of the new school, all of these things, all of this digital, all of these names that we was just naming, they wasn't bringing the women out. Yeah, Super Cat caught a body on stage. They wasn't bringing the women's out. Yeah, Shabba Ranks, Sean Head. We had to remember Mad Lion. Nah, nigga. Yeah, Mad Lion was kind of lit, but on the hip hop side. And you tried our generation. Tried whose generation? No, I did. Um, yeah, the Beanie and Bounty beef, fire. When they was going back and forth, making dub plates against each other, fire. But the sound systems ran the whole dance hall scene. King IDs, Stone Love, Kilimanjaro, Bass Odyssey, the sound sets, Spectrum, these are the DJs that play the music and had the dub plates and whatnot. Buju, of course, Buju is Buju would be Buju, Shaba, Beanie, and Bounty. That's the Mount Rushmore of '90s dance hall, straight like that. Yeah, Patra, Lady Saw, Kill the Bitch. All of that. That's all my culture. That's all part of Brooklyn culture. You know what I mean? That's all in that's the DNA of, Brooklyn culture. So after a while, Brooklyn niggas started going to Manhattan to the tunnel because man, that was a gal farm. You know what I'm saying? But we could get girls at the reggae parties. You couldn't get the girls. You could get your ass robbed at the hip hop parties. It was a sausage fest. Niggas was beating each other up at the Palladium. They was at the underground, the warehouse. Before Peter Gation and came up with the tunnel. Yeah, King Simon was lit too. J. Rue the Damager. It was a sausage fest. Sensations in Newark. I didn't go there. I was too young. But the OGs around my way, they used to go to Sensations and whatnot, and get it on with the Newark niggas and whatnot. You know, so I was in the reggae shit. Shout out, rest in peace, my brother Poop Man. Poop Man was the liaison. He was the one who brought us into reggae clubs. He kind of like, he was chaperoning us, showing us a culture that we wasn't familiar with, and I fell in love with it. You know what I mean? And from there, we ventured into the hip hop clubs. Yeah, Latin Quarters was lit. Roxy was lit. All of the skating rings was lit. So we had the Empire Skating Ring in Brooklyn, right on Empire Boulevard. That was every Sunday from like 1 to 3, and you would get your ass robbed for all of your polo if you wasn't about that life. You know what I mean? Don't come in there with nothing lit, cause you gonna leave there butt naked, cause they was in there doing niggas very dirty. You know what I mean? It was very real in there. You know that was nigga. That was the Terror Dome on skates. You get washed on skates. How about that? You know what I'm talking about? How about that? How about getting washed with some skate? With a nigga back up on you with skates on and take your shit from you. How about it? You know? Did I read the Gospel of Hip Hop from KRS One? Yeah, I got an autographed copy. I got an autographed copy. Oh nah, I didn't do Soca. I didn't fuck with no Soca. When the Soca came on, I was trying to slide at that point. When you hear Soca in the club, it's time to leave, man. It's time to try to get your last bid in and try to slide out with something. I don't do soca. You know, I'm not doing speed whining. I'm not trying to dagger something in a club. You know what I'm talking about? I'm not out. I'm not. Yeah, I don't do that. By the time the soca come on, if you're not lined up with something to poke on that night, nigga, you did not have a successful night. Cause that's basically go home music. You did. Yeah, it's time to go. When the party in the reggae club, it opens up with the roots and culture. And then when you hear that shit later on in the night, when Tennyson and Garnet Silk come on, nigga, it's time to go because two things is about to happen. They're gonna start clapping, and the lights is gonna come on, and you gonna see that thing that you was winding up on all night turn around, looking like Dennis Rodman. Fuck are you talking about? You better get out of there before them lights come on. You know, you better get out of there before them lights come on. But it was a wonderful time. It was a wonderful time, and like my memory is not all the way intact because it was so long ago. I'm really just remembering pieces of it, but bro, nigga, it was a powerful time. Like it was a very powerful time. It was a lot going on, and we were a bunch of young, you know, whippersnappers, really exploring ourselves, exploring our masculinity, you know, as endangered species, you know, exploring ourselves in a very hyper masculine culture that was hyper violent, right? It was hyper violent in the 90s. It's not like that anymore. That's why you won't never see me out here breaking a sweat about anything that's going on. You know what I'm saying? I don't give a fuck what's going on, because it does not compare to where I came from. Like, what the niggas is always inboxing me some dumb shit. I'm like, and you know what I'm saying? And like, what's your point? You know what I'm saying? Niggas die every day. Like, what are you talking about? Y'all get hyped for all of this baby shit, and that's not where I come from. I'm really disrespecting my memory. I'm disrespecting my history by getting all worked up off of this baby food that's out here. Cause this is not real food. The 90s was real food. Niggas was getting their food eaten. They was last suppering niggas. They was eating the whole table. You know what I'm saying? Niggas was getting their food eaten in bulk. It wasn't just one dude getting clapped. They was hitting up the whole table. You know what I'm saying? And now they've created this environment where if one person gets injured or hurt, or if a white lady calls the police on somebody for their parking spot, or if somebody's having a barbecue and a Becky is, making it hard for them, this is some shit that we supposed to be rallying for and crying and exerting all of this masculine energy. And I'm like, leave me the fuck alone. Y'all don't, you know what I'm saying? Like, y'all don't understand how counterproductive these conversations are. You know, they debased us with all of this quote unquote uh, slave porn. You know what I mean? All of this trauma porn through social media. They debased us. We're being debased and we don't even realize it. But let me close out the point about the debasement. That when they flooded when they flooded the rap game with all of these wannabe ass rappers, these imaginary players, and everybody who thought that they was nice, they took away the exclusivity, right? Then when the internet rose up, and then World Star Hip Hop and other venues came out where you didn't have to have a crew to back you to come out, it got debased. It lost its value. So the 1,000 videos the World Star Hip Hop started uploading a day, every day it was decreasing and devaluing our culture on the stock market. If there's ever a stock market that we have, whatever market that hip hop was on, every time they upload an unknown nigga with no bars, it decreases the value of what the fuck we had, because we had a standard. We had a standard. When niggas accepted Easy E, that lowered the standards. Yeah, I said it. He wasn't no artist. He wasn't no rapper like that. Fuck is you talking about? Me and my brother used to have fights about this nigga. I liked Ice Cube. He thought Easy E was nice. I said, nigga, from where? Hmm. Ice Cube is the legend. Ice Cube is the legend. Yeah, when I heard Puff rapping, I'm like, nigga, the game is done. Who is this nigga? Why is he rapping? That's called debasement. Easy E was debasement. That nigga's in the basement. You know what I'm saying? The same thing happened in consciousness. Let's make the point. When social media came and niggas started coming out via YouTube, and they didn't have no gold backing, meaning that they didn't have any they didn't have any elders to say, that's my man right there. I put him on the stage. When A.A. Rashid came home from doing 10 years, his first lecture was opening up for Dr. Phil Valentine. He was like, I'm co-signing this brother. This brother's gonna be the future. When Bobby Hemmett had I Said the Duke of Tears open up for him, he introduced I Said the Duke of Tears into the conscious community. This was like 2006 or 7, right? That was a co-signing of the gold standard was the master teacher, right? The gold standard was the master teachers. So when the master teacher said that I'm co-signing this brother right here, right? Boom. Then you was good in the community. You could stand in front of the community. It wasn't 1,000 of you niggas coming out with all of these weird names and whatnot, and everybody is just talking. It becomes chitter chatter. It's an echo chamber, and nobody knows who's who because it's been debased. People accepted that because people didn't. I don't think people even understood what was taking place. I don't think people were on a quest for information, and they were willing to quote unquote sacrifice what they knew as the modus operandi before, where you could not stand in front of anybody to talk to them and to teach them unless you had someone who was co-signing you. You could never do that before. In New York City, you would get pelted with bottles if you dared to stand on the stage, and they'd be like, "Who the fuck signed? Who signed you up? Who do you belong to? Who is backing you?" So now these niggas on the internet, they're not backed by nothing. They're fiat teachers. They might as well be driving a Fiat or be sponsored by Fiat because they're fiat. They're not backed by nothing. So they could say anything, they could do anything, they could run with your money, they could treat you all kind of ways, they could talk crazy, they could utilize all kind of profanity, they could even be moist, they could be gay for pay. You know what I'm talking about? They could be out here, you know, I'm not gonna get I'm not gonna get it's Christmas Eve, so I'm not gonna get I'm not gonna get graphic on y'all. Cause you know my Scorpion mind was kicking in. Dark Kermit was about to take over. You know what I mean? I had to stop that nigga. I'm back to Baby Yoda. But you know, this is what you see. So now when you go on YouTube, there's no filter system, so you don't know who's who. God forbid you came into this shit on like 2018 and you don't even know the backstory about who's Fugazi, who's not, who we don't fuck with, who already got washed, who got written off. You don't know the back. You know, people don't know backstories. They don't know who's who and who's not. There's no documentary, that has been done on the conscious community. You got Hidden Colors, but that you don't have a documentary about the community. You don't got a documentary about the master teachers. You don't have a documentary about the origin stories about some of these people. You don't know who's who and what's what and what's not. You don't know. Everybody should be required to tell their origin story. That's supposed to be a requirement, a prerequisite before anybody. The same way that they give blue checks on Twitter and all of these places for verified, before you stand in front of the people claiming to be a thought leader or claiming to be anything, nigga, you should be verified. There should be some kind of accreditation program that goes on before you can even change your name to Mustafa Sekmet. You know what I mean? Kaleidoscope Bay on Facebook. You just came home one day and decided you want to change your names from Charles Duncan to some whole lofty shit, and then start talking about, yeah, the Anunnaki sent me with bars of gold and whatnot to teach you niggas. So I'm out here selling I'm selling elderberry mixed with sea moss, you know what I'm saying? Mixed with Goya seasoning, and it's $40. It will cure you of everything from eczema to premature ejaculation. You know what I mean? And niggas is buying that. You know what I'm talking about? Niggas is buying that. They running for that. So you're getting things like that because this community has officially been debased. That's why you're receiving what you're because it's been flooded, and they did the same thing to hip hop, and they did the same thing with the economy. The currency is being debased, and they're doing the same thing with the female rappers and whatnot. Cardi B popped off. Now there's 1,000 Cardi B's. You can't even enjoy your guilty pleasure of some Dominican ratchetness on a late night. You know what I'm talking about? You can't even enjoy because there's all kind of there's like 8,000 facets of ratchetness right now. I didn't ask for that. You know what I'm talking about? I just wanted this motherfucking cheap date from the Bronx who was extra spicy and had some shit to say. She was okay. I was willing to, just deal with that. But then, lo and behold, you go to sleep and you wake up and you go back on World Star, and the bitch done, somebody must have fed her after midnight because here she goes. She multiplied. She multiplied. The bitch is like Gizmo, and she got all of these gremlins popping out of her. So Nicki Minaj, she's been cloned, but the cloning really took place when Cardi B, who was a non-English speaking, she couldn't formulate a full sentence, prostitute slash or sex worker slash struggling, you know what I mean, struggling fucking reality show actor. When she popped off with Bodak Yellow, it was over. That's when the cloning took place. That's when the shit was in a. That's when they put all of these fucking thoughts in a petri dish and came up with Cuban doll, Asian doll, Cash doll, all of these Barbie dolls that you could just play with and throw away. These are all throwaway dolls. You understand? Uh, Kitty, what's her name? It's a bitch called Miss Mulatto. You know what I mean? Chinese kitten. All of these fucking dots, bro. You know what I'm talking about? All of these vultures. Then there's then Amber Rose was out here, a glorified throwaway, a glorified bust down. Then Black China, a glorified sex worker. You know what I mean? These are LOL dolls that could fucking sing, bro. Somebody said that a stallion is a male horse. Yeah, what's up with that? I need to see her baby pictures. Yeah, Cat Stacks. I think Cat Stacks might have been the she. I think that she's the Henrietta Lacks of this shit. Cat Stacks. I think that they cloning her somewhere. They got her fucking DNA in a dish, and the shit keep replicating. Yeah, it was Cat Stacks before Cardi B. You know, but if you put Cat Stacks and Cardi B together, you're gonna see some similarities. Yeah, yeah, Meg got a strong face, and that's nothing to take away from her because, I'm not here trying to throw the sister under the bus because y'all call me a hypocrite if I run into her in the Galleria, and I do that Adam's apple check. If the Adams ain't sticking out, I'm going for the selfie. You can say what you want to say. I'm going for the selfie. Talk about me if you wanna. I'm going for the selfie. You dig? All right. You want me to take Cash Doll out of the pile? I'll take it out the pile. But Cash Doll, you know, yeah, Cardi is Cash Stack. She is Cat Stacks, right? Fuck that. Cat Stack, they do miracles in the Dominican Republic. You haven't seen Cat Stack since this bitch came out. They do miracles in the DR with the surgery. Mr. Miami and all of these niggas. They could have surgically just redone. She could have. Look at what Kylie Jenner did. The other old Kylie Jenner's on a milk. You don't even know if they killed her, bro. Y'all have accepted that this chick who popped up with new lips and a whole different structure face is Kylie Jenner. They could, nigga, you don't know that. This could be a totally different girl because they don't look anything alike. The old Kylie and this new bitch, who is that? So Cat Stacks could theoretically be Cardi B. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, they knocked her off. She was gonna leak Caitlyn Jenner's secret and got knocked off, and then they adapted this new chick with lips from an orphanage or somewhere, and then called her Kylie Jenner, gave her a makeup collection, and now she's a billionaire with Stormy. You know what I'm talking about? I don't trust nothing. And Travis Scott is in on it too. I don't trust nothing. But the hip hop game is being debased, is being debased. You're gonna in 2020 is gonna be 20 the baby clones. You know what I mean? And I've said it before that I when it comes to these artists and whatnot, I appreciate the original sample, right? I appreciate the original samples. I don't like the facsimiles. Translation. Like, I appreciate the artists that everybody might be cloning, but I don't like the clones. I like the originals. You know what I'm saying? I don't like the clones. That's all I'm saying. The clones to me are not themselves. Like Terra Fabulous over Buju. You niggas are so wrong. You know what I'm talking about? You niggas is so wrong. That nigga in Florida that was putting a gun in his mouth and was wearing a wedding dress over Thugger Thugger, you niggas is wrong. Yeah, Griselda is definitely bringing it back. The Butcher coming, nigga. The Butcher. Y'all hear my brother A.A. Rashid all on Griselda albums. Getting them points, my nigga. Yeah, he got his motherfucking publishing. A.A. is all, they fucks with A.A. the long way at Griselda. He's on 3 or 4 of their classic albums already. And they don't even got A.A. rapping. He just talking his shit. You know what I mean? He just on it. They you know, Conway, that's his guy right there. Conway love him some AA. So shout out to Griselda, you know, that gritty ass, you know, 90 beats per minute boom bap. I like Benny the Butcher and I like West Side, you know, and Conway is cool, you know. Gano Grills is doing a new album with Raekwon the Chef. Gano's a rapper? I didn't know that. I didn't know Gano's an album. I mean, AA's Batman Mafia album, there's nothing better than Batman Mafia from AA Rashid. Benny the Butcher is definitely a legend in the making. His bars is, he gave me that feeling. You know what I'm talking about? I don't even gotta watch Netflix after listening to some Benny. That's all, you know. He give me that feeling. You know what I mean? He definitely give me that feeling. I think the first thing I heard from him was 97 Hove. I was like, oh shit, this nigga got bars. Yeah, Mos Def got a new album, but he's only premiering it in the Brooklyn Museum. It's an art piece. You know what I mean? Somebody said Nick Cannon is conscious, but he's playing himself in the beef. Yeah, I mean, you know, If they sick Griselda or Nick Cannon, I'm not even gonna make it to the premiere for the Sabi doc because he's gonna be done. They're gonna body that nigga. Conway is gonna. I mean, Machine Gun. He's gonna body him. Yeah, 38 specials. All right, he's nice. I'm not really that flow. I don't. Did I hear Tariq Nasheed's album? No, I didn't. I saw Mink Slide, nigga. You know what I'm talking about? Didn't you? I saw Mink Slide like all of you did, but I didn't hear the album. How was the music scene in the UK? Fire. We did a song out there. I don't know when it's coming out, but it was fire. What happened to Ka? Oh, Ka Scientific. You just used my voice on the track. Shit, send me the track. Yeah, we need some Red Pill samples on some tracks. I ain't mad at you. You know what I mean? I like hearing shit like that. Cause that's what I do. I got AA samples, I got Bobby Hemmett samples, Phil Valentine, Sabi samples. All of my music has samples of the master teachers talking. So if niggas listen to my album 20 years from now, 40 years from now, y'all gonna hear these people who you might have never known about. I like Rock Marciano was cool, but the thing with Rock Marciano and them is after Griselda came, they kind of took over. You know what I mean? The Griselda sound, it like all of that underground, Smoke Dizza, Rock Martin. Like I don't want to listen to none of them no more. You know, and that's no offense, but I don't want to listen to none of them. I'm only fucking with the Griselda shit, and I could only listen to Griselda, but so much. You know what I'm talking about? Cause I don't sell coke. I'm not a drug dealer, and I don't tie niggas up. But I'll listen to it. What about Beast Coast? Yeah, Underachievers, one of my top groups. Flatbush Zombies, one of my top groups. Pro Era, Joey Badass album, America. That shit was fire. I like the Rowdy Rich album, but he was trying to sound like Future a little too much. Unless that was Future on the album, he just didn't give him credit. Lupe, yeah, I like early Lupe, Food and Liquor and all of that. I was infatuated with Lupe in the beginning because of his lyrical abilities and whatnot. And I just knew that he was a very smart dude. And I'm smart people who are artists are like that's my shit. That's my shit. Do I like B.O.B.'s new stuff? Haven't listened to it. Haven't listened to it. Please listen to. I be trying to get into the Lupe shit, but it don't hold on. It don't hold me. I'm sorry. Yeah, Planet Asia is a bona fide legend. You know what I mean? There's nothing to say about Planet Asia. The new Fabulous, that's his 444 album. I like it. You know. Yeah, I know B.O.B. is working with Panic. I know that. Panic is dope. Panic got some good music and whatnot. I just haven't got into. I want to listen to the Elements mixtapes by B.O.B., but I haven't really. Rod Wave. I listened to the song. It didn't catch me. It didn't catch me. Yeah, Planet Asia is the truth. Planet Asia put me on a Griselda because Griselda was fucking with Asia. Planet Asia put me on a Griselda. He was the one that convinced me to give it a because I kind of was shitting on them at first because I didn't like Conway. Yeah, 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 yeah. I was like, he sound like if Bugsy Siegel was a rapper. But then he kind of explained to me the aesthetics that's going on, and then then I started listening to. I listened to it with a different ear. I was like, okay, I could deal with that. Yeah, Scorpio King was definitely dope. That's a classic. You know, that's a classic. Oh, West Side. Yeah, 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 yeah. Yeah. I was like, what the fuck? It gets kind of annoying. Doo, 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 doo. All of the sound effects. But Conway shit. It's the Conway shit that really bought me. The Conway shit hooked me. The fact that they shot that nigga in the back of his head and clapped him up. Thank you for the cash app, Michael. The fact that Conway almost got bodied and Son just started beasting on the mic. You know, Son started beasting. Wait till you hear the song with Joyner Lucas and Cambada. I was in the studio when they finished it. 2020. Fire. Yeah, I like Afro beats. Afro beats is like how it's like the new reggae to me. Cause I don't listen to dance hall anymore. If it's not if it's not like from the 90s. Yeah, Scorpio King 2 is gonna come out 2020. Um Scorpio King 2 is gonna come out 2020. I'm gonna, what's my favorite Planet Asia song? Shit. I just met Stevie with him and A.A. Rashid. I just met Stevie. I think A.A. Rashid met Stevie Wonder. And yeah, they Planet Asia offsprings. Hell yeah. Planet Asia was like the nigga in the Watchmen who was getting babies out the water and putting them in the incubator. All of them is Planet Asia offsprings. That's why I say I'm not into facsimiles. I don't like carbon copies. Give me Henrietta Lacks. I want the original specimen. You know, I need to link with Kendrick Lamar. For what? George Pickney, I appreciate you, brother. Thank you for the cash app. I would link with Kendrick Lamar. I just, what they say, don't meet the people that you like because they could fuck it up for you. You said Planet Asia is a Roscos offspring. He might be. He might be. When I heard Nature of the Threat, I was in Atlanta. I was a knuckle dragger. This was 1998. I was at a friend's house, right? And we was smoking some Reggie. And the nigga played Nature of the Threat. Fam. I laid on that rug for like 4 hours contemplating life. You know what I'm talking about? It was, I never heard no shit like that before. I never heard nobody go in like, this is before the internet. So I couldn't start researching everything that I was hearing. But I never heard somebody go in on white folk like that. That was one of my introductions, I believe. That was a seed. I gave him props when I saw him. He mad short and whatnot. I was shaking his hands and was like, "Thank you, George, for the cash app." I was like, "Fam, I don't think you know what that song did for me." You know what I'm saying? Like, nigga, I was on a rug just stuck. And it wasn't the Reggie that had me stuck. I kept playing the song back because, it's mad long and shit. I kept playing the shit back and back and back. And I'm like, yo, what if everything that this nigga's saying is true? And it is. But back then, I didn't know that. I wasn't fully aware. I knew something was going on, but he kind of made it. Yeah, he painted that picture, bro. Nature of the Threat. If you never heard Nature of the Threat, do yourself a blacktastic favor and play that shit during your Christmas dinner. Don't do it now. Do it when all of the 85ers is around. You know what I'm saying? Do it. Uh, when your ignorant ass cousins and everybody is in the building. You know. Yeah, Ross Cost is definitely the legend. When I heard Immortal Technique in 2005 or 6, My brother took me to a showcase and we saw a Motor Technique for the first time. And we bought that nigga's mixtape and went home and played it. Bro, I was blown away. It was too heavy for me at the time. I'm gonna keep it a buck. I was conscious at that point, but I wasn't that conscious. That nigga was, it was too much. Absol. Whew. When I heard Control Theory, I was hooked. I was hooked. I was in Atlanta around that same time, Disney Days TV. I came to Atlanta in 1997. I was on the run from, a parole violation, something light. But I was heavy in I was doing my thing, getting it how I live. And my mother had a house in Atlanta, and she was like on the road with Dr. Sabi. So she was like, you come to Atlanta, you know, Kamani is there, but you basically you could get the house. She shouldn't have said that because I brought the goons with me. You know, I brought the goons with me, and it's been on and popping ever since. I planted a lot of seeds out there. That's not the Jeezy era. The Jeezy era in Atlanta is 2003 going into like 5. The Jeezy era, that was the Goody Mob era, Outkast, Dungeon Family. You know what I'm talking about? There wasn't no such thing as a young Jeezy back then. It wasn't even no Snap. It wasn't no T.I. It wasn't no Killer Mike. It wasn't no Snap music. It wasn't even Ludacris. That nigga was on the radio. He was a radio host. He wasn't rapping at that point. You know, it wasn't no D4L. Wasn't no Future. It was organized. No, it was the Dungeon Family. That was 97. T.I. Yeah, T.I. comes around. No, T.I. K Reno joints. No, T.I. is like, is T.I. like 2000? Yeah, Phil Mob was out. Cool Breeze was popping. Yeah, I mean, Future and Rico Wade is family members. So, yeah, Future was in the dungeon, but he wasn't putting out music like that. Camp was popping. Yeah, Luda was in the radio. He was a radio host. Yeah, T.I. is like '02, '03. But when he came out, he took over. That is you cannot deny. Um, Nobody. I didn't like Gucci Man when I would have clapped Gucci Man for Young Jeezy if he gave me the right amount of money. Niggas did not like Gucci Man when he came out. He looked real fucking dusty. That nigga was the poster child for dusty niggas who was wearing jewelry from the middle of the mall. That's a fact. Pastor Troy gave a lot of niggas in Atlanta testicular fortitude when he went at Master P with I don't give a fuck what you saying, ain't no more playing GA. He went against the grain. Nobody gives Pastor Troy. Pastor Troy fathered a lot of these niggas. Let's be clear. You said T.I. Dope Boys in the Trap, 97 and 98. Are you sure about that? Are you sure about that? Let me do my research. You know what I'm talking about? Because I remember T.I. had a heavy presence, but I was there for a few years before he started popping. So I don't think it was necessarily 97. Cause like 97, that's Cash Money, that's Pastor Troy, that's motherfucking Master P. Yeah, T.I. was the down south Hove. But Hove was even lit down south in 97. That's volume 3, nigga. Hove was lit. Hove was lit. Niggas was fucking with Hove heavy. Yeah, DJ Drama mixtapes and whatnot. But Pastor Troy, after Pastor Troy popped off, that's when shit really started waving. That's when shit really started getting real wavy. And they had them summer jams and whatnot. You know what I mean? Trick Daddy. Yeah, that's Miami though. That's when we were doing. Remember, we was doing Super Bowls. We was doing All-Star games. So all of this stuff was beginning to spread. All of this music was spreading through the All-Star games and the Super Bowl. Peter Thomas had Jack the Ripper, 3 6 Mafia, definitely. 3 6 Mafia always been legends. You know what I mean? That was the Memphis sound, and niggas would tear the club up, tear the club up. What's that shit? Head in the barn. We talking about head in the barn. Oh, Pastor Troy is a Scorpio. Nigga, Boozy is a Scorpio. He born on my birthday. He's a fucking legend. That's why he's such a legend, because he born on my birthday. Crucial Conflict was popping. 8 Ball and MJG was popping. Nigga, UGK was like Hove back in those days. That's UGK was like Hove. Pimp C, niggas was scared of Pimp C. They were scared of Pimp C. Yeah, Goody Mob was about that life. Soldier Slim was definitely about that life. They were scared of Soldier Slim before he got bodied. Yeah, but Crucial Conflict was popping. Twister was popping. Suave House was popping. Yeah, Master P was scared of Pimp C. He probably was. Shit. Pimp C had the mob with him. Kilo G Ali. Yeah, Kilo was popping. Project Pat, Do or Die was popping. All that was, yeah. Lil Scrappy came out during the crunk shit. I knew Scrappy. I met him really, when he was first coming out, when we was working with Pitbull. You know what I mean? Scrappy was that dude. You know what I'm talking about? Yeah, Bow Wow was popping. Camouflage was popping. He got murdered. Somebody said Master P pistol whip Pimp C. Master P pistol whip Pimp C. I ain't never heard of that. Project Pat. Boop, boop, chicken heads. Boop, boop, chicken heads. Well, Project Pat with chicken heads and the other things, he kind of, you hear the young boys who be doing all of that, like NLE Chopper, Poles, all of that fun rap where niggas is just bugging out on like video game beats. Nigga, who you think started that? Yeah, T.I. Little Flip was popping until T.I. bodied him. So thank you for reminding me. Remember, Texas. I'm in Texas right now. Niggas Slim Thug and Paul Wall and them niggas had uh the rap game by the balls for a minute. Yeah, Gangsta Boo was the Meg Thee Stallion of her days. That's a fact. Mike Jones, Lil Flip, Paul Wall, they had that shit popping. Little Troy, um, what's that shit? I wanna be a baller. No, Scarface, of course. But Scarface goes all the way back to Ice Cube days, Mr. Scarface. So like I said, they were scared of UGK. They were scared of Scarface and them. They were scared of Rap a Lot. They were scared of Suave House. Other niggas was intimidated. Gangsta Boo had mad bars, and she had a tough face. You know what I mean? Mia X, remember her? Young Star. Yeah, Tila, that's the R&B nigga, the pretty boy nigga. Yeah, he had a lot of he had a Chameleonaire. OJ the Juice Man was lit. When I say OJ the Juice Man was lit, nigga, when I was in Atlanta, OJ the Juice Man was lit. They don't give 8 Ball and MJG enough fucking props. MJG had bars. He would rap like an East Coast nigga. Yeah, was OJ the Juice Man was like the nigga with no bars who was lit. Right? He ain't had no bars. He's like these new niggas, but he was lit. So they need to do a flow chart so we could understand these new generations, because they didn't come out of nowhere. They didn't come. Yeah, OJ did. No, somebody said Gucci Man had OJ lit. The other way around, OJ had Gucci lit. OJ the Juice Man was giving Gucci more street cred than Gucci was giving himself at that point. From what I was seeing, the people were buying into OJ's story more than they was buying into that nigga. What's the name? Gucci Man story. You know what I'm talking about? OJ the Juice Man had them big ass bracelets on. Shit was like this big with mad middle of the store. You know, now we know. We didn't know about VVS's back then. But nigga, now we know. You know what I'm saying? Because he comes before Waka Flocka. You know what I mean? He comes before Waka Flocka. I'm not mad at Gucci Man, because Gucci Man, he understands that he has a lot of people around him who are more talented than him. And, you know, it makes him look better. OJ is still making slaps. Yeah, I'm good. I'm good. Certain people are like period pieces. They're time pieces. They don't go past a certain time. You know what I'm saying? Like, I fuck with OJ the Juice Man for his classics because of the times that he reminds me of and the feeling that he represents of that time. I'm not trying to plug into no OJ the Juice Man in, you know, in a post Obama world. I'm gooch. You know what I'm saying? I'm goody. I'd rather listen to a 12-year-old rapping. And that's not for all of the artists. It's just for some of them. They represent a certain time period. You know, like with I don't need Ti to rap no more. He doesn't need to say nothing. That nigga needs to get into, you know, he needs to go and trademark expeditiously, and he needs to get into public speaking or something, because whatever contribution that he gave to the game at his heights, ASAP, and you know, all of them albums, whatever his catalog is, just leave that shit alone. Don't fuck it up. You know what I mean? Even though his quote unquote persona may be different now that he's, you know, embracing not being a smart nigga who's acting dumb, because that's what he was doing. He was a smart nigga who was playing dumb for dumb niggas, right? That's how he, and that's an epidemic in our community, and that's an epidemic amongst black people, black men especially. No, black men and women, you know, where we are so fucking intelligent, so gifted. You know what I mean? We are so our parents have instilled so much in us, but we get around knuckle draggers and we let our knuckles drag because we are wise people playing dumb, and you can't do it the other way around. You can't be a dumb nigga to play wise, because after a while, we gonna figure out, wait a minute, nigga, you know what I mean? Like, you could fool us, you know, some of the time, but not all of the time. So yeah, he could stick to ghostwriting, but I don't need to hear no new projects from Tip Harris right now. You know what I'm saying? You know, I'm good. That shit could have ended 10 years ago, to be honest with you. Yeah. Two Chains, he mastered the dumbing down effect. You know, he's a very smart dude. He dumbs it down. Tip, he dumbed it down. You know, there's a lot of niggas that dumb it down because Plies, this nigga's like a thespian. He dumbed it down. David Banner dumbed it down. Little John dumbed it down. Yeah, keep it coming, cause these are all people who are fucking exceptionally smart. Even Little Wayne, he had a degree in psychology in Texas, PhD. He dumbed it down. CeeLo dumbed it down. Yeah, this nigga Two Chains graduated with a 4.0 from the University of Alabama. Yeah, and Two Chain do got clever bars. He does. He definitely does. Nas dumbed it down. What are you talking about? What the fuck is a Nas Escobar? What do you mean? That nigga completely dumbed down to appeal. He tried to play both sides of the fence with the Nas Esco shit and all of that. Nigga, you're not a drug kingpin. You know. Yeah, Killer Mike dumbed it down at first, and then he figured it out. Like, hold on, they got smart niggas out here eating food. Let me get on my smart shit. You know what I mean? 50 Cent dumbed it down, extremely dumbed down. Ice Cube dumbed it down. You know what I mean? Ice Cube really dumbed it down. Like, really dumbed it down. He was nowhere on that. He's a very smart man. Yeah, David Banner, he dumbed it down and then popped back up. Like, hold on, let me be myself. You know? Cube's parents were professors. I think so. Like I said, I dumbed it down. Shit. I'm guilty of that. I was running around dumbing myself down. Did Prodigy dumb it down? He might have too. You know, when I read his book, okay, Cube's dad was a groundkeeper. Okay. Oh, Fat Joe? Yeah, Prodigy did get wiser. Prodigy comes from a very musically decorated family. Every person got the smart and hood aspect. No, not every person. Don't get it fucked up. Why do you think no celebrities have donated to Dr. Umar Johnson's? I have no idea. You got to track down these celebrities. They may have clauses in their contracts to where they can't. Nipsey Hussle dumbed it down. Was fucking with that. And before he made transition, he realized this dumbing down shit is not making it. I'm gonna get back and get comfortable in my skin and be myself. I think that was a result of the influence of the goddess. You know, he was secure. He had a queen in his life. So he started getting into himself, and he started speaking more in not necessarily, well, the music, the last album, Victory Lap, but it's his interviews. It's his interviews where you could see that he was embracing who the fuck he really was and not trying to be dumbed down to impress the homies. You know what I mean? Tupac is the poster child of a nigga dumbing it down to be a knuckle dragger to appeal to the knuckle draggers, because Tupac, out of everybody that I just named, might have been the brightest of the pack. And you didn't get to see all of that. You know what I mean? We didn't get to experience the real Tupac like that, like that. That nigga was dumbing it down, hard body, unapologetically. He was the brightest. He might have been the brightest of the pack. Biggie Smalls was dumbing it down. Nigga, did you listen to his mama? She didn't even know that he was a rapper. And he was an A1 student. He was very wise and intelligent. Yeah, so Nipsey would let it hang out in the interviews. Nipsey would let it hang out in the interviews. You dig? And he would let his intelligence shine when he was matching wits with people that he felt that he could have these conversations with, usually Europeans or people of a different ethnicity. If you go and watch his interviews, he's with Gary Vee speaking his mind. He's on an LA radio station speaking his mind. He's with other people who are not niggas speaking his mind. And not to take anything away from the foundational black Americans or ADOS or niggas or whatever we want to call them. But he probably felt that, he was going to return the energy or the intellect that people were giving him. That's why I hate watching interviews. That's why I'm glad 2019 was the year of the podcast. And we could successfully do away with all of these fucking Ricky Smiley, all of this Chitlin Circuit type of, grown ass men who get up and start gossiping. They don't do nothing. They ask artists the same question on every interview. People like that, they need to get the fuck out of the way. You know what I'm talking about? They're counterproductive. They need to kick rocks. They're not teaching anybody. They're not expanding the artists. They're not helping the artists at all. Nigga, this is not rap pages. We're not reading the vibe anymore. This ain't fucking third grade level audience. Even though, of course, we know hip hop is catering to a younger audience, 17 to 25. But even the 17 to 25-year-olds, they want to know your blood type. You know what I mean? Like they're even advanced. So they got to cut it out with all of this simplistic baby food shit and get to some real deep, some real shit. What about the Breakfast Club? Yeah, they ask some good questions sometimes. I heard Dr. Claude Anderson was on it. I think that's gonna air this week. You know, I don't think that the Breakfast Club is the hardest platform. I mean, it's not the platform where they ask the hardest questions. I don't even think that the questions are like something that would make the gears and you know in your brain turn too much. You know what I mean? Like it's very basic questions and it's very yeah. Envy's definitely hating on Umar. He was getting real light skin on that nigga. I like Sway. You know, I like Sway. Yeah, Cam definitely dumbed it down. I saw Cam on Queen's Flip and the Flame interview. What's the Flame? What was the Flame interview on the Breakfast Club? Who's that? I like Sway, definitely Sway. You know, I like Nori. I like Drink Champs. I like Queen's Flip. These are the podcasts that I like. Um, Sway's Universe, of course. I like Big Boy. Did you see Dame Dash on Big Boy? Which one was Flame? What's Flame? I like Joe Button, of course. I like Yada Mean. You know. Oh, Flame is the old school transsexual comedian. Yeah, that's probably why I didn't watch it. Yeah, I didn't check that out. I'll watch it though. I don't have no problem with watching a man with a dress talking shit. You know, Corey Holcomb. I like. I don't watch. I haven't watched too many Corey Holcombs, but Zoe Williams. I checked that out. Big Boy. I checked that out. Queen's Flip to me. I think that's the top podcast that I'm ending out the year. You know, um, they to me, it's not how you start the race. It's how you finish it. And they finished off strong this year. Nah, I don't watch Everyday Struggle no more. You know what I'm saying? I don't watch Everyday Struggle no more. Steve Harvey gotta go. Yeah, he got to go. I fucks with Joe Button. The reason why the Queen's Flip shit caught me off guard because I didn't know who this nigga was. I just seen him trolling, and he used to be trolling the battle rappers and all kind of. And I was like, I don't like this nigga. Had an aversion to him. Whenever I would see him, I would keep it moving on the, like on the internet. I'd be like, I don't want to see this clown ass nigga. And then I started watching the interviews, and keep in mind, he's interviewing people from the same 1990 era that I was breaking down for you when the Bloods was rising up in New York, when the Nietas, the Latin Kings, like all of this gang shit was beginning to become, front street. And these are some of the names, the people that he was interviewing him, these are some of the people who I personally know were some of the, front runners and the originators, you know, um, in that culture. And the reason why that's important is because it goes back to what I say before, and I'm gonna continue to say it. And as much as I say it, I'm seeing things beginning to change because I said that if you want to address the problems that we have in the culture today, then you're gonna have to address where it started from. And it started in the 90s. And it was a particular era. And those people are still alive. And those people are still influencers. And those people are at the top of the Forbes list. Those people would be Jay-Z, Sean Combs, and a few other usual suspects. But those people are the architects of the realities that we live in right now. Of course, you have the Europeans who are behind them, the David Geffens. Shout out to Dr. Wesley Muhammad for coming up with the Illuminati flow chart. He bodied the shit. Like, going back to what I was saying earlier, uniformity versus unity. Unity is that I could stand up there and teach with a Dr. Wesley Muhammad because he's a scientist and he has a scientific approach to that topic that he was teaching, the weaponization of hip hop. I don't agree with him with the dairy stuff. I don't agree with, certain things, but when it comes to the weaponization of the marijuana, when it comes to the weaponization of the culture via the sonic, via the sounds, that's some shit that, I could deal with. So unity is the fact that I'm not uniformed. I'm not wearing the same uniform. I'm not talking like him. I don't follow the same teachings. I might smoke a blunt, my nigga. You know what I'm talking about? I might smoke some motherfucking loud right there. But we are on a clear path to where, but I drank milk all my life. You know what I mean? I'm just saying, like, I ate cheese, I drank milk, and some motherfucking scrambled eggs. Like, I'm not gonna get up here and act all fugazi in front of the family like that shit is, oh, I'm allergic. Like, nigga, I don't drink it now. I don't eat no fucking cheese and I don't eat eggs now, you know? And it didn't have me constipated. I understand why certain people want to eat meat, pause, and other certain things for their protein. I get it. And I'm not here to forcibly, this is not China. I'm not Mao Zedong. I'm not going to forcefully change nobody's diet if that's what you want. But that don't stop the fact that if you got information and the people need the information, that we going to deliver it. That we going to deliver it. And that's what we did in Baltimore. We delivered it. Baltimore needs some motherfucking delivery. And there's a lot of places that need some information. They need some delivery. So, we delivered it. On Thanksgiving, I ate some fucking potato salad. And that shit was good. And on there was a Christmas party on Friday, right? There was a Christmas party on Friday in Harlem, and it was at the spot where I make my clothes and whatnot. So I cheated, and I had some macaroni and cheese. And the next day was the day of my lecture in Baltimore, and I paid for that shit. I had diarrhea and I was throwing up. I almost didn't make it to the lecture. I had to get nursed back to fucking health. You know what I mean? So I know that the way that my body is set up right now, that it don't take to food that's not good for me. So I don't need I don't need to go to no lecture. I don't need nobody to tell me what to eat. I know what not to eat at this point. You know what I'm talking about? And I could admit that I cheated and I went ahead and I just grabbed some mac and cheese. Thought that the shit would. But the minute I ate it, and I felt my body already have an aversion to it once I ate it. So I was like, nigga, you're gonna pay for this. So I drunk a Guinness. I was with Jamaicans and whatnot. So I drunk a Guinness, talking my shit. You know what I mean? Talking my, I'm a Jamaican, so I got my fake Jamaican accent. You know what I mean? I was like, bomba clot, man. Go ahead, go ahead. And that shit fucked me up. It tore me up, bro. I was throwing up water. You know what I mean? Like I was trying to drink water after throwing up. When you dehydrate, I'll try to drink water with ginger in it. I threw that up. So I had to fast for like 2 days and not eat nothing. Right? So, and I told Wesley that when I saw him. I was like, yeah, I had some dairy and shit fucked me up. And we laughed it off, you know? And at the end of the day, a lot of shit that niggas be trying to make serious is laughable. I laugh at these things because there's bigger fish to fry, and there's, there's work to do. There's work to do. Did I ever have vegan mac and cheese? Yeah, and I didn't like that shit. I didn't like that. You know? And I'm the kind of friend, or I'm the kind of person that if you take me to your family's house, I'm not eating no pork, but if the atmosphere is, heavy knuckle dragger, you know what I mean? I'm not gonna get up in that bitch and start going Gandhi on you niggas. You know what I mean? Like, either I'm not gonna eat nothing, but if I'm in the South, I'm in Texas right now, right? So if they offering me stuff to eat and it's not all vegan, I might just go with it because you know what I mean. I'm just cool like that. Like you know what I mean. I'll let them know I don't eat meat. Pause. You know, if you got anything vegan on the menu, run it. You know what I'm saying. But if they got like a fish, yo, I got some tilapia. No, I don't do that. You got salmon though. I'll be compromisable. I'll compromise, and then I'll take something that night to basically flush my system. It's definitely about balance. I am not that kind of quote unquote, hardcore because I'm not 4 years old. I'm 44 years old. So, nigga, I've eaten, you know what I mean, practically everything there is to eat but some motherfucking chitlins, some booty, or some bussy, nigga. I didn't eat that yet. But everything else, I've practically eaten it. So it's not like, I have this virgin fucking system that will shut down if I put something foreign in it. You know what I'm saying? So, you know, I'm good. I know how to handle mines. You know what I'm saying? How did I give up that fried bird? That wasn't hard. That wasn't hard at all. I just, sometimes you can't be around the chicken. That's how you give it up. You know, don't be around the chicken, and then you won't have to be tempted by that fucking bird calling your name. Oh, you don't like Indian food? I like Indian food. I do like Indian food. I like the bread, garlic naan. Um, I like garlic naan. I like I don't know the name of the meals, but my connection to Indian food is that my father would take me and my brother to Indian food when we were young. My connection to Dominican food is that my grandmother, she's from St. Croix, but she spoke fluent Spanish. And when we would visit her for the weekends on Harlem, she would take us to eat rice and beans, KT, the arch degree, know exactly what I'm talking about because she was doing the same thing with him. So this is my comfort food. Why? Because it's connected to my childhood and it's connected to my childhood memories and it's connected to it's traditional because of that connection. So I sometimes I'm eating food based off of, that part, you know? And that's just what it is. Like, and these are not damaging foods. It wasn't like my grandmother was taking us to eat spare rib tips and shit like that, and motherfucking pork chops. Not to take anything away from those who eat that or indulge in those type of eats, but that's not what we do. And my grandmother ate pork. You know, she was into that, but she wasn't trying to feed us no pork. That's something that my mother told her explicitly. Like, whatever you do not feed these niggas no pork. So it was red beans and rice. You know what I mean? Oh yeah. Somebody said oxtails. How'd you know? That's she used to get the oxtails for a nigga too. I ain't gonna lie. She used to feed niggas oxtails. Like, you know. Oh yeah, that bacon do be bussin'. When I ate pork, nigga, I was a bacon head. Like, let's keep it a buck. Let's keep it a buck. When I lived with my father and my stepmother, she would make pancakes on Sunday, blueberry pancakes with the motherfucking bacon. It would be popping, the shit popping, pop, pop. You know what I mean? And niggas would clean that up. A nigga would clean up that bacon, bro. You already know. Like, let's keep it 1,000. A nigga would clean up some pork chops. You know what I'm saying? A nigga would clean some pork chops to the gristle. Dominican rice. Yeah, the Dominican rice and beans is still $5. It was like it was like $1 probably when we was younger, when my grandmother was taking us. But the good part about where we live at now, the reality that we exist in today is that vegan food is gourmet. Vegan food tastes better than it did before. Vegan food is the shit. It wasn't like that before. Thank you, Michael. It was not like that before. We didn't have options. And they damn sure didn't have no vegan restaurants when I was growing up. They had food co-ops. You know what I'm talking about? Food co-ops with white folks that look like they just came back from Zimbabwe feeding Africans and shit like an NGO hangout. You know what I mean? Food co-ops. I didn't know what the fuck was going on in the food co-op. I didn't want to go up in there. You know what I'm saying? That's what we had back. There was no Whole Foods, Trader Joe's. There was no gourmet vegan type shit. No, they had big blocks of tofu. Remember the tofu that looked like a fucking thing of soap? They had that shit. And they had broccoli. And then Sabi was out there wiping everything off the list that niggas couldn't eat. So he was making the shit even slimmer. So I lived with my father, right? I lived with my father in Flatbush. And I would go and stay with my moms on the weekend. So the weekends was basically Flatbush Avenue in Dr. Sabi's office, which was Usha Village, right? Right where the Barclays Center is right now. Right where Harriet's alter ego was. If anybody is familiar with old Brooklyn, Harriet's alter ego, that loft place right there on Flatbush Avenue, that's where Dr. Sabi's office used to be on the second floor. Can you get an AA interview? Yeah, yeah, yeah. 2020 though. You know, shit. AA got like 30 shows with us on Know the Ledge Radio. Just go to Google and put AA Rashid Know the Ledge Radio, and you'll get you some classic AA shit. So when we would go to Sabi's, That's when they had niggas eating the rabbit food. You understand? So for during the weekday, I'm eating bacon, neck bones, everything. Like it didn't matter. My father eats what the fuck he wants to eat, right? To this day. You know what I'm saying? And that's a whole nother story. And I don't even want to touch on right now because it's very frustrating. When I go to his house and I be trying to talk to him and he don't be want to hear nothing. So I could relate to it. People be inboxing me like, like like niggas is living in a vegan shrine or something, and like, yo, red pill, you know, I know that you and your mother and your brother and you guys are mad healthy, but I have a parent who I'm trying to convert, and like, it's very hard to have them, eat their vegetables at night. I'm like, nigga, I know what you're talking about. Like, my father be eating fucking that nigga still eats TV dinners. Yeah, my father has fucking diabetes. What are you talking about? You know? He's diabetic. So I be talking to him, I be appealing to him, but he smokes 2 packs of cigarettes a day and he's not trying to hear nothing. He's not trying to hear a goddamn thing. So people be like, I be like, fam, I'm frustrated. So I know that you frustrated because I'm frustrated because my father is the world to my that's my world right there, and he's been there since he's I'm 44, and he's been in my life every fucking day of my 44 years. So you know he's cool. He said, nigga, I'm comfortable with my motherfucking Entenmann's cake, my donuts, my motherfucking milk, my eggs, my TV dinners, and my cigarettes. Thank you. And what can I say? I'm like, cool. If you good, if you like it, I love it. You know what I mean? Is my pops consciously woke? My pops is woke, but my pops comes from the 50s, 60s, 70s woke. My father's 75, right? So his woke is not our woke. He don't fuck with a lot of shit that we consider to be lit. Like, he's not, he's of the civil rights era. So their brains are wired differently. You know what I mean? His brain is wired differently. My grandfather ate everything under the sun. He's the nigga that would eat the fish head with the eyes in it. Like, he's that kind of, he would eat the whole bone. He'll break the chicken bone and suck the fucking bone marrow out. That was my grandfather, God bless the dead. My mother's father. He's from St. Croix. So they'll eat some shit. Ladies, right? They'll eat some shit alive. Niggas from the islands, right? Right, ladies? Anything moving. Thank you, A. Allen, for the cash app. That nigga ate the fish head with the eyes in it, fam. I was like, this is some weird shit. This was like in the 80s, we was watching the TV show called V about the aliens. And then this nigga ate a fish head with the eyes in it. I'm like, this nigga's an alien. Thank you, Anthony. I'm like, my grandfather's an alien. Yeah, Africans do that too. That's not that depression era. That's that island shit. They're not wasting nothing. They eat the chicken back, nigga. They're not wasting nothing. You know the grandparents to be like, yo, are you gonna throw that away? Lord Swank, appreciate the cash app. You know those grandparents? Like, hold on, let me get this plate. Let me clean this shit up. How dare you throw this shit away? My grandfather had the accent. He sounded like he's from Jamaica. He's from St. Croix though, but he had the Crucian accent. My grandfather was a calypso singer named Prince. He was one of the first calypso singers to play in the Apollo. He came to the Americas, I think, in the 40s and whatnot. He's a legend. He has a long history and whatnot. And my dad is a professor. My dad is a professor for the CUNY system. That's the city universities of New York. He's an English professor, and I'm not gonna tell you niggas where because I don't want none of my stalkers to go try to fuck up my dad's tenure. He has a tenure and whatnot. And this is what he does. He teaches African literature, and so his woke is like James Baldwin woke. He rocks with, he's a jazz enthusiast. Like, he was there for Mary Baraka, so he's with that type of woke. Like, he was around when Malcolm was influencing people type thing. Like, so, he's that type of woke. Like, socialist slash, he likes Bernie type of woke. That's his woke, you know. But he's hip to the liberal shit, you know what I mean? He's hip to the liberal shit, but he's an intellect. He's about intellectualism. You know, if you're not an intellect, he's not even gonna pay attention to you. Like, if you teaching and you not and you're profane and you throwing curse words in there, if you have not mastered the English language, he's not impressed. That type of shit. Cause you gotta remember, it's similar to people that's in consciousness right now who came up under Valentine, Bobby, Blair, and everything. If you can't master a 10-hour, lecture off the top, and your lexicon and your and your and your shit is not higher level, it's just some students that are not gonna pay they're not gonna pay attention to you. You're not gonna resonate with them because of what they were basically they cut their teeth on something that was more pure. They had Do I debate with him? Nah, I'm good, bro. I'm not trying to get cursed out. I troll him. Yeah, we do a lot of trolling on him, but I don't get into debates. You know what I mean? Because he'll try to wash me up, and I'm good. You know what I mean? But we get into cultural debates sometimes, and we'll talk about certain things. But I like his angles because he's not a bandwagon type of person. He has a unique angle, and it sharpens my sword. You know what I mean? Because I'm able to bounce things off of him, and he'll give me a perspective that I would never have thought of. Because bring Pops on the show. Is he esoteric? Nah, he's not esoteric. He's he's cultural. He's cultural. He's a black American. He's as ADOS as you could get with it. You know what I mean? He's as ADOS that you. He's not trying to go to Africa. He don't think he's an Indian. You know what I'm talking about? But he's not really. He's not caught up in the slave shit either. He's really a holdout of the civil rights, and not the turn the cheek civil rights, more of the Black Power slash civil rights era. If that could paint the picture. But yeah, I'm gonna do something with him. I just want to come up with an angle so we can have a good conversation. Because keep in mind, I'm still his son. So if you interview your father or your mom's, it's not the same as if somebody who he don't have that kind of connection to will interview him, because he's gonna give you a different kind of energy versus the energy that he's gonna give me. He's still looking at me like, nigga, I changed a diaper. Like, what's going on? What do you want? You know what I'm saying? How can I help you? You know, he's not gonna take it that serious. But we're gonna do it. We're gonna do something with him. You know, he got a lot of information. That's like KT's father. KT's father, George Tate, God bless him. He was a poet laureate of Harlem. Like, the reason why KT is such an intellect is his DNA. Like, it goes back into his DNA. And then Dr. Sabi had him, raised him up from basically newborn. You know what I mean? So he had Dr. Sabi as a teacher. He had his father as a teacher. and he had a few other elders that my mother was close to, and they were always there teaching KT. And at that point, me and my brother had already jumped off the porch, and we were running kind of crazy, and we were kind of like, um, in the streets. So they held on to KT real tight. They held on to KT real tight because, they wanted to instill a lot of the jewels that they tried to instill in us, and they wanted to instill it in us, but we was kind of slippery. You know what I mean? We slipped out of their grips, and we ran out the house. You know, and but KT, he was able to get the teachings. To this day, I still regret, you know, some of the things that I could have got from Dr. Sabi if I really was really serious about being a healer. But I wanted to be a stealer. You know what I'm talking about? And I'm not from Pittsburgh, nigga. You know what I'm talking about? I wanted to be a booster. I wanted to be a fucking, you know what I mean? Like I wanted to be popular. I'm a teenager. You know what I'm talking about? Yeah, boofing. I wanted to hit I just wanted to be head to toe and Ralph. Like, that was my nigga we made it level. Head to toe with some Ralph, nigga. I was a Superman. That was my super scion. If I had Polo head to toe, nigga. And I'm about to start throwing the Ralph back on, so yeah, I don't want y'all to judge me, but when I went to my dude's funeral in Flatbush the other day, to Poop Man's funeral, nigga, I'm standing on the podium talking. I look in the back where all the goons is at, and niggas was just Polo to the teeth, to the toes, my nigga. And I'm like, damn, you know what I'm saying? Like, I got that old demon in me. That nigga was waking up. I was ready to go to Macy's right after the funeral. I was like, shit, bro. Y'all bringing back old memories, man. Y'all bringing that Ralph back, man. You know what I'm talking about? Like, that's my shit. That's my shit. Yeah, I'm about to put that Ralph back on, man. Don't judge me. Yeah, lip shits. Don't judge me. I'm just reliving my golden years. You know. Do I? Yeah. I wish I had some vintage Polo. Shit. I wish I had. I don't know what happened. I lost like 1,000 pieces. I don't know what the hell happened over the years, but I had some platinum Fubu too. Don't get it fucked up. I used to match platinum Fubu and Gucci together. Platinum Fubu was lit. I went to New Orleans. I went to the I went to Tampa when the Giants was in the Super Bowl, and I had the platinum Fubu on, and I went to one of them clubs, nigga. That was yeah. I'm gonna keep it G-rated. Let's just say I didn't have to pay for nothing. You know what I'm talking about? It was all on the house. That platinum Fubu was doing all of the talking. You know what I mean? Motherfucking Fat Albert was talking for me. I let that platinum Fubu talk for me that night. You know what I mean? I don't want to get too specific with it, but let's just say that hey. You know what I'm saying? That platinum Fubu and I had a Gucci bucket on with the platinum Fubu. Man, let's not even talk about Iceberg. Let's not even talk about what we was doing with the Iceberg. Yeah, that plat in I went to New Orleans. I was at the I was at the Essence Fest with that platinum Fubu on, and I was at Tampa for the fucking Super Bowl. What year was that? If anybody knows, that was the early 2000s. I was on Ybor Village. Ybor Village. Yeah, and I scored. The Giants didn't score that night, but I did. That's a fact. 2002. There you go. 2002. No, not '07. It wasn't that late. It was 2002. I was working with Pitbull and them. That was during the crunk era. Yo, the crunk era was crazy, huh? I could do a whole book on that. The shit that I experienced during that era. Man, the crunk era. 2002. Then I moved to Miami in 2003, up until like early '05, because I started getting on my conscious shit in '05 real heavy. Like I was always on it, but I started living it out in like '05. And then when I came to New York City, it just, that's when it just, everything transformed. And here I go, you know what I mean? And now I'm sitting in front of you. But, and then before that, me and Blue Pill was modeling. Don't judge me. You know, we was some hood models, but I was on a run and modeling at the same time. I was on a run from parole and I was modeling. I was doing big shows, my nigga. I was in magazines and everything. But you know, nigga, the panties count on that, the body count or the during that era, that was retardo. You know what I'm saying? That was retardo. You thought that I was from New York City. I am from New York City. I'm from Brooklyn. And Brooklyn niggas travel everywhere. We're not stuck in our boroughs. You know what I'm saying? I'm from Brooklyn, but niggas know me in Atlanta, Miami, and other places in the South because we was on the motherfucking road making, we was spreading that motherfucking message. We was hitting the road spreading that. We was dripping and we was bringing that sauce on the road with us. You know that. You know New York niggas travel. We take the show on the road. And we travel deep. You know what I mean? Yeah, we everywhere, and we travel deep. It'd be about 50 of us. You know what I'm talking about? So somebody said, "What's my body count?" Let's not even do that. Shouldn't even ask me that question. You know. But it's not crazy. Like I wasn't out there crazy like that. Just to be clear, I wasn't. I'm not a whoremonger. You know what I mean? I'm not a thought. I said that I was a thought, but I'm not really a thought. It wasn't really never that bad. You know. Yeah, you know what I'm saying? Who you think I'm, DJ Kid, the white boy with all of the bodies? It is not that serious. You know what I'm saying? Don't. Scorpios know the exact number and in order. We damn sure do. Yeah, I'm cleaning up the body count because, like I said, I was at my dude's funeral, and the shit felt like I felt like the little nigga in the movie with Bruce Willis. I see dead people. It was a lot of bodies walking around. You know what I'm talking about? And shit felt like I was at Poop Man funeral. And shit was Sixth Sense. There was a lot of dead people walking around. I see dead people. I was looking at all of my bodies and I was like, yeah, I'm gonna have to clean this up because these bitches, yeah, they're not gonna be doing no lives talking about they was with me back in the days. Like, we're not doing that. We're not doing that. You know what I'm saying? We're not doing that. And that's nothing to take away from these sisters because they all quality. But one of the things that happen in the hood is when you touch something with the Midas touch, these dusty niggas try to follow up and they you know what I mean? They fuck shit up. So now I'm coming back in the hood and I'm seeing all of my work and niggas done worked on the work and it don't look the same. And it don't look the same. You know what I'm saying? And I'm like, what's going on? Like, what did y'all do? What did y'all let the knuckle draggers do to y'all? You know what I'm saying? Yeah, the stocks have crashed. These niggas is out here crashing stocks. Because that's the thing in the hood. Niggas be trying to fuck behind you and whatnot because they want to get a piece of your essence. That's what happens. They come behind you. And yeah, they debasing the box, man. They debase they depreciated the shit that I touched and turned it to gold, man. You know what I mean? And I'm just sitting there. I'm wondering if we should just start up a eulogy session for a few of these bros, cause it wasn't looking good. I'm like, y'all done let these niggas come in and fuck shit up. Okay, all right. I see we're gonna have to change history and shit. We're gonna have to wipe y'all clean from the record because I'm not carrying these bodies on my belt. You know what I'm saying? I was out here bragging about these bodies, but nah, we ain't doing that. We not doing that. Somebody said they saw red and blue in magazines as models before they was conscious. Now don't get it twisted. It was only like two magazines, you know what I'm saying? But we had one, Tom Joyner, rest in peace. They did this thing for WBLS where they was doing like a contest, and the management. I was managed by Mike Tyson, right? Mike Tyson management. Jackie Rowe is his sister. Shout out to Jackie. And Jackie's is in the streets. Like Jackie's a street legend. So y'all see Mike. Y'all know what Mike was about in the '90s. You know what I mean? Like we was cleaning money and whatnot. And this was hood fabulous. This was the most fabulous hood shit that I ever seen. You talking about Bentleys, Range Rovers, buggy eye Benzes. You know what I mean? Like we Mr. Child. We in Mr. Child's with all of this. You know what I mean? It was a video. It was a rap dream come to life. I didn't even have to be signed to a label. I felt like a rapper. And Jackie from the streets, you know what I'm saying? His sister, who was in control of the whole operations, she figuring shit out as she go along. She from the streets, but everybody in the streets fuck with her. So we basically got the key to the city. Anywhere that we want to go, any clubs that we want to go to, anywhere, whatever we want to do, we good. So we in Justin's every Monday. We at the Kit Kat Club New York before Sean shot it up. We at Club Envy. This was after the tunnel. You know what I mean? This was a little after the tunnel. So this is like 97, 98, 99. No, no, no. This is after Atlanta. So this is like 99, 2000, and then my parole catches up to me. The same shit that I was running for 3 years. They catch up, and then I come home in '01, and then the towers fall. And then I go, and then '03, I go to Miami to work with Pitbull. And then '05, I come back to New York on a SO or to do. My brother sends out a SOS call because he needs my assistance. And I go and I come back to New York, and I remember it clearly. One of my niggas, Tahoe, he got a podcast right now. He pop in on a podcast scene out of Bed-Stuy, my nigga Tahoe. And Tahoe is having a birthday party. And me and Tahoe are talking to two girls who know each other, right? So Tahoe got a shorty, and then the girl that I'm dealing with, that's her girl. So me and Tahoe start rocking with both of the shorties and everything. Come to find out, that shorty turns out to be my son's mother. You know what I'm saying? But when you meet somebody and then you be like, yo, I need to stay with this person because something about this person, you know, is gonna change my life. I didn't have no children at that point. I promise you. I was wild reckless. I didn't know if I was coming or going. You know what I'm saying? I didn't know what my future held. I didn't know if I was gonna make it, y'all. You know what I mean? I made it into the 2000s and I was cool with that, but nigga, I was like any other black man. Yeah, Choke no joke. Yeah, he was filming. I remember Choke was out there at the tunnel, and I basically settled in New York. I didn't go back to Miami. I hopped on a plane to come to New York to help my brother out. I left all my clothes, all my belongings, all my personal items in a mini mansion in the design district where my brothers duo live, Sitting Free, right? Shout out to Sitting Free. They was very hot back then. They was underground, independent Brooklyn niggas, but they was in Miami doing their thing, right? So did I become conscious when I came to New York? Like I said, I was already conscious. right? I was at the lectures. I was watching lectures. I used to send money to New York City so they could send me the DVDs. Like I was into, you know, I was cool, but it wasn't a lifestyle then. It wasn't what you see now. You know what I'm saying? It was an old man sport. You know, it wasn't what you see now. So I didn't have a community that I could be a part of. You know what I mean? Like I didn't have weekly classes that I could go to. It was an old man sport. You would show up when they had a lecture and you would rub shoulders with people and powwow. It was a secret society. You feel me? We was a secret society. All we asked is trust. We was really a fraternal order. Because like Black Dot, he's a bus driver. He was a bus driver. My other brother, Christ, he was a corrections officer. There was other people. So all of these people were basically 9 to 5ers who, worked regular jobs. They were inside of the matrix. But do I think Bobby will teach again? No. I think that he did all of the teaching that he needed to do. He's good. You know? He's good. You know? And I used to sit in, I'm gonna keep it 1,000 with you, because I was so much in the streets, and because I had one foot in the streets and one foot into consciousness. I didn't feel accepted inside of the community like that in the beginning. I didn't feel accepted, and I didn't feel wanted. You know what I'm saying? I didn't feel wanted. I didn't feel like I had a place. So I used to write AA Rashid. AA was locked up around this time. So this was like AA got old letters that I wrote him, and we might put it out one day. But I would write AA. I would go visit him on the dance floor. I would go fly in sometimes and go to Alter Kill. He was in Staten Island, so I would fly in and go with his mother. God bless the dead, Hafiza, my aunt, and I would sit on the floor, eating nachos and shit, and we would just talk about it. And I would be like, yo, I was like, yo, because around that time BMF was out, right? So then I would be like, yo, they got this movement going down. These niggas from Atlanta and shit. Like, these niggas is moving mad strong. Like, I never seen no shit like this. And I used to be like, yo, imagine if we could move like that. And he'd be like, what you talking about? I'm like, imagine if it would be a whole bunch of us that was getting money, and we was, we was real niggas. We was street niggas. And we could go, you know what I mean? Like, we could pull up to spots with foreigns and everything and hop out, we shining and shit like that. But we on our conscious shit. We would just sit there and laugh, like, ha, yeah, that's crazy, nigga. Like, imagine that. That would be dope. And like, then I would be like, I was like, I can't wait for you to come out, because, you know, we need some youthful energy in this shit. Because I would explain to him, like, you know, because we know each other, you know what I mean? So I'm like, this shit ain't for me, fam. Like, I can't eat like I want to eat, because I'm used to eating a kind of way. Like, I'm used to a certain kind of money, a lifestyle. I'm used to a certain kind of speed and whatnot. And like, I don't want my street shit to come out around these dignified people. So he'd be like, I understand what you're saying, bro, but just I'll be home soon, basically. And then he came home in 2006. But this was like '03 that we was having these conversations. But when I came back from '05, I made the decision that I'm gonna just keep pushing. Like, I don't know what's gonna happen. I don't know what I didn't know. I had a vision about what I wanted it to be and what I wanted to see and what would be comfortable to make me feel like this was home. And it manifested like that over the years. My brother was there way before me. And I used to call my brother corny. I'd be like, you was a weird nigga, you corny, you know what I mean? You don't want to get money no more. You taking this fucking this cascara, nigga. You're disappearing on us. You're getting mad little and thin. You know what I mean? You're drinking this nasty ass sea moss. Like, nigga, get your shit together. You know what I'm saying? I would berate him. So when anybody is telling me about the issues that they're facing with their family or their friends, or the streets is not accepting where they're at, I'm like, you know, I could relate, because I was that person. I was that person, and it was a struggle. And I'm gonna keep it 1,000 with you. It was 2007, November the 7th, 11:07 a.m. when my son was born, Amir, who's 12 right now. Like, I was working for Polo Ground Music, which is J Records, and we had Hurricane Chris, A Baby. I was interning at that point, right? Because my nigga Big Teach, he was able to get me. He was like, yo, you wanna get on this new label, but you're not gonna get paid yet, but we're gonna set you up to where you're gonna be dealing. Because I was a stylist, so I was transitioning into the merch departments, learning about how to get money off of merch and all of the other different ways to get money. Remember, and this was the beginning of the internet. This is '07. Soldier Boy was scaring the labels, because Soldier Boy was coming off the internet, and the labels did not know about the power of the internet because they didn't harness it yet. They were still dealing with the old models. So Hurricane Chris was one of the last artists before Soldier Boy came, because Soldier Boy had Kali, what's his name? Kali Park. And Kali Park was also affiliated with Hurricane Chris. So Kali Park was basically coming with a new artist who wasn't on a label, and they was showing us the BDS, all of the because all of the A&Rs is looking at the numbers, the spins and everything, and they were basically like, this is a hurricane, nigga. Hurricane Chris, nigga. Soldier Boy is the hurricane. And the day my son was born, I never went back to that label. I never called them. I never said a fucking word to them. I went right to 125th Street. I was already on 25th prior to that. But once I started interning, I left Sonnet and them on 125th Street, and I went to the industry to fuck with the labels and everything. Just for something to do. You know what I'm saying? Because I had a child on the way, and standing in the fucking street selling T-shirts, nigga, that was frowned upon. Like, you could lose your baby mama for shit like that. Like, you could lose girlfriends. I lost friends. I lost all kind of support from people that had money. They withdrew all of their support from me, because the people who were supporting me, they were supporting street shit. They loved me in the streets. You know what I mean? They were supporting the fact that we was lit in the streets. You know what I mean? And we were feeding the streets. Remember, I provide the streets what they want. I'm not a drug dealer, and I'm not a drug user. I'm a booster. So the drug dealers are my fiends. You understand? I know how to turn a fiend. I could turn a woman, nigga, Gucci bags and motherfucking, what did Biggie say? What he said that they doing for Moschino jeans. So we understood the power of the fabric. We understood the power. So I got drug dealers fiended out over what I got inside of this laundry bag, or this duffel bag, or this suitcase. They become the fiends now. So we feed in the hood clothing, European, designer, all of this shit that these niggas is running around trying to talk about nowadays. Nigga, first of all, y'all running around bragging about paying for it, and you mad corny for that. Nobody bought that shit. You know what I mean? That wasn't the fucking bragging rights. The bragging rights was the fact that we went up in Neiman Marcus, and we put a fucking dent in the side of Neiman Marcus. We put a dent in the side of Saks Fifth Avenue. We ran up in the motherfucking Hermes section and on Saks Fifth Avenue, and we bodied them on Fifth Avenue, and we ran over some white people in the process. And we went back to the hood and laughed about it. That's what we got our fucking adrenaline rush off of. You know what I mean? And we wasn't, our mamas didn't buy, we didn't have to, We wasn't feeding off of weak black people who were drug users. We wasn't, you know, we weren't parasites. So we was looking at the hustlers and the drug dealers like we gonna get you niggas for everything that you got. So we were Robin Hood in the hood. And when they seen us coming with the duffel bags, niggas was like, these the duffel bag boys. And I don't have to ask my mommy to give me $300 for a polo sweater because the way that the culture was set up in the 90s, you had to look a certain way to get treated a certain way or to be, it is what it is. You know the fucking hood. I don't have to explain this shit. And New York was not Jabos and Reeboks. It was $1,000 sweaters. You feel me? $400 boots. We talking the 90s. $500, $600 coats. And when you wearing it, riding the train, 30 niggas will get on the train and try to slice you to pieces and cut you up and stab you up for your shit. And when you go to the club or you go to the bathroom, niggas will try to beat you down, jump you outside. Like basically, you was wearing a ticket, but you had to be thorough in order to wear it because all like you couldn't even wear these glasses in the hood, bro. You was gonna get laid down for it. And to be honest with you, when the drop is on you, the drop is on you. If a nigga get the drop on you, nigga, give it up because what are you gonna do? You gonna die over some polo? You gonna get the drop. A nigga got the drop on me. When was this? For my chain in Kings Plaza Mall in 1992. Nigga got the drop on me. Put a razor to my neck. What I'm gonna do? You think I'm gonna walk around with a fucking keyload on my neck for some goddamn a little ass chain? Come on, that's the drop. So we was, but at the end of the day, you out there, you dropping people. I'm aware of the drop. So it was eat or be eaten at that time. It was kill or be killed in them streets. You know what I'm saying? Somebody said, where we going into 2020 higher consciousness? Well, first you need to reflect before you niggas are so happy to jump into 2020. Why don't you reflect on your fucking 2000s? That's what I'm doing right now. On the dark night. This is my ritual. It's the fucking winter solstice. You know what I'm saying? It's the long night, my nigga. It's the dark night. So yeah, I'm reminiscing on my decade and what it took to get me to where the fuck I am because I'm not supposed to be here. And the fact that I am here, I'm going to utilize this lofty position to speak to people who might be in a sunken place like I was in the 90s or in the early 2000s so you could relate because that's what this is about. I'm the red pill. That my position, I'm like that nigga in the fucking Thor, Idris Alba. I'm at the Rainbow Bridge helping you niggas cross over. And to be honest with you, after that, it's almost like corrections. I'm the nigga who drive you to the prison. I unchain you, I unshackle you, and I hand you over to corrections. And then I let them deal with you. You know what I'm saying? Other than that, nigga, I get back on the Bluebird bus and I go back to Rikers Island. That's my job. I hand you over to the state prisons. I'm just a correction officer. So that's what the red pill is here to do. I'm really just here to wake you up and to help, but I'm not here for the long run. That's what you got these other niggas to do. Your master teacher, no, not niggas, but nagas. That's what they're tasked to do. You know what I mean? To take you further or whatever it is. Some of y'all get married into these movements, or some of y'all sign up for these organizations, throw on a bow tie, throw on the fez. But that's not my job is not to convince you about none of that stuff. That's not my job. My job is to do exactly what they said in the Matrix, to help unplug you from the Matrix so your ass could get busy on becoming either a god or a goddess or a Neo or a Morpheus or a Trinity. And then my job is done. I'm good. I sleep good at night. I'm not here to be a master teacher. I'm not here to take niggas Sankofa and take you back to the fucking Ghana to the goddamn castle where they shipped you niggas off. That's not my job. You know what I mean? But that's a part of the waking up. If that's a part of the waking up, then that's what I do. But I put in so many years, you know, on the other side. I gave them niggas mad energy. I exerted a lot of energy in the underworld. I exerted, I gave a lot of my time to correctional facilities, right? I took away, I hurt my parents, both my mother and father. I let them down on multiple occasions by catching all of these cases, you know. And ever since I had my children, I don't have to worry about none of that because I never been in that life since then. But that's sacrifice, nigga. Freedom, losing your freedom is sacrifice. And if you never been there, then I would suggest that you don't try to go there. You don't need that to be considered certified or whatnot. I did it so you don't have to do it. I did it so you don't have to do it. But you'll hear from a lot of your conscious teachers that they've been in the same place that I've been. It's no coincidence that everybody got a record, that everybody been locked up, that everybody had to taste the motherfucking, there's a taste that you get in your mouth when them gates motherfucking slam on you. And that builds character. If it don't break you, it's gonna build you. So it's no cool. It's everybody, damn near everybody. I listen to all of these niggas' origin stories. I'm like, damn, you was locked up. You don't even look like that type. You know. But lo and behold, a lot of people have been on their hero's journey, and the hero's journey is the quote unquote creation myth of is that what is that the Aztecs, South Americans or whatnot, and it talks about the hero twins, and in the myth they go to the underworld, right, on a journey. Their journey involves them going to the underworld and defeating the gods of the underworld. So many people who are on this path have been on the hero's journey to where they've been in the underworld. This is the longest, this is the dark night, this is the winter solstice. So many of us have traveled and we utilize the North Star as our GPS signal, and we've traveled in triple darkness in the underworld, underground caverns. Thank you. We've been buried alive. You know what I mean? We've been in shallow graves. We needed lawyers to pull us up out of the bitch with the lion's paw, or our baby mamas, or our somebody who could help the whoever come to visit you, whoever was writing you, whoever was holding you down, sending you commissary, put money on your books, nigga. That was your lion's paw. That's the person who pulled you out of the grave. So when you come up out of the grave, you still have the wanting to live. Some of these niggas coming home, they don't even want to live because of how they being treated while they're in the shallow grave, while they're buried alive. So they coming home with revenge on their heart. They coming home already molested. They coming home trying to hurt people, hurt people, hurt people. So, right. If you got somebody who you claim that you love, send that nigga a 1-page letter. Just put on a letter, hey, how you doing? Nigga is lit in the city. I see you when you get back. Anything is better than nothing. I'm here to let you know when they used to have mail call and everybody was standing by their bunks waiting for that letter, that's one of the most anticipating moments of when you're locked up. That could make or break you. Cause niggas start waving around them letters that spray with perfume. Yo, son, you smell that? You smell that? I'm lit, nigga. I can't wait to get out, nigga. Look at these pictures. You see that lingerie, nigga? Okay now. Then you standing there, you don't got no letters. Nobody wrote you nothing. You don't even got no emails. Shit hard. You know? Shit hard. So if you have somebody, that's why, I felt like when AA was down, he was going for 10. Me and him, I remember being like, I got locked up before he did in 97, and then he went down. But I remember just being there with him the last night before I got locked up and shit. And then I come home, he's doing 10. So I gotta go hold the brother. I gotta go see the God. You know what I mean? And that was good luck. I feel like the gods blessed me for doing shit like that because, you know, um, there was some perks that came out of that. And I wasn't looking for that either. I didn't do it for that reason. I did it out of love. But when you hold down somebody who's being held down, that shit is gonna pay off in the long run. Like you're gonna get credit in the spiritual bank account. So even if you want to do something conscious, that's conscious because the prison complex industry is a college for some of your future teachers. And that might sound as crazy as some of the shit that you've heard me say. But when you think about it, like, what if you were Detroit Reds pen pal? You know, what if you were, there's a whole bunch of people. I don't want to run off everybody's names, but it's a lot of niggas that are in this community that are teaching right now who been in the motherfucking pokey, who been in the bing, who been on a lockdown. And they could utilize some encouragement, speak to them about all of the positive things that are taking place in the world so they could become enthusiastic about coming home and being conscious or furthering their studies while they're behind the wall. My brother bought me the Metal Netter, Volume 1 and 2, by Raul Nefer. This was in 2001. I didn't know what the fuck that was about. I stayed locked in and I've read that shit from front to cover. Like, I would lock out, I would go eat chow, and then I'll lock right back in, right? And everybody was all loud outside, talking and everything. Bruh, I was in Kemet at that point. That book took me all the way into, I was transfixed by that book, The Metal Netter, Volume 1 and 2. You know what I mean? And it helped change my life. Yeah, it was a seed. So you don't know who you can help turn into a powerhouse because one of the best places for them to be is behind the fucking wall at this point. They have time on their hands. They have all of the time in the world to study to be a better person. And they could work on their work. They could get their health together. They could get their weight up. They could get their minds together and they could write out a fucking plan. They're in one of the best places that they can be because they're not going to get killed. I mean, they could get hit up in the yard, but if they mind their fucking business and keep their nose clean, they'll be all right. Yeah, semen retention. They could work on their seeds and whatnot. They could work on semen retention. They could work on breathing. They could work on meditation. They could work on stretching. They could work on mad shit. It's just that when you come home, you definitely got to detox because the food is, unless you in the mountains and whatnot, the food is crazy. So that is a breeding ground for intellectuals. Fuck is you saying? Like, don't get it fucked up because we shun and we look down and we shun and we don't give a fuck about these slaves. They're the 13th Amendment. Let's keep it a buck. Collectively as a people, nigga, those are they on the outskirts. They're in limbo. They're stuck somewhere in cyberspace. Like they don't even exist to us. They're the losers in the world and whatnot. They're the untouchables. You feel me? They're the untouchables. Society has set it up to whereas pieces of shit who have not gotten arrested utilize the finger pointing of motherfuckers that's locked up to try to justify, oh, all of the pieces of shit are locked up and everybody's good out here. No, it's more pieces of shit that I've bumped into they got their freedom than motherfuckers who got motherfucking inmate numbers. That's a fact. But the way society sets it up, they're able to look in the mirror and act like everyone is so fucking prim and proper and everybody is so, yeah, they're the undesirables. Everybody is, society has set it up to where we could feel so, we could hold our head high because there's 2 million motherfuckers rotting inside of jail and they blame all of the woes and problems of the world on them. Because niggas haven't gotten caught in the world. You know what they say? It's not a crime if you ain't get caught. So you got the Trumpers, you got all of these Republicans, these alt-righters, these KKKs, you got these motherfuckers who was hanging niggas in the 20s and 30s still alive running around, in the 60s. You got these pedophiles, these sex traffickers, organ traffickers, all of this shit. So I'm highly encouraging y'all to, on this holiday week, on this time of giving and gift giving, I'm just trying to give you the gift of redemption and the gift of, really, because this is a reach. This is a deep ass reach that I'm asking the family. The reach is to reach real deep into your hearts, real deep into the crevices of your hearts, into your arteries, and find some form of compassion for somebody who you may have turned your back on, who is basically buried alive. You know, that person or persons might come home and be your most loyal bodyguard or your most loyal muscle or your most loyal hitter. You know what I'm talking about? Or your most loyal rider. They gonna ride with you to the motherfucking sunset. Don't ever underestimate the power of your freedom and how you can help influence in a positive way those who don't have it. And there's enough motherfuckers who don't. Look at all of these fatherless children running around talking about their daddies is locked up. Like there's enough people who are behind a wall who could utilize some compassion and some motherfucking information. I'm not saying sending. I'm not telling niggas send niggas selfies and and thirst traps and whatnot or love letters. I'm not saying none of that. Fuck the love. They don't need love right now. They're behind the wall. You know what I mean? That love shit. You know, that ain't what I'm talking about. Give them information. You know what I mean? Challenge them. Challenge them. Talk crazy to them if you need to. Give them tough love. Keep it real. The same way that you could keep it real to when people is on Twitter telling everybody else what they should be doing. Yeah, tell these motherfuckers you fucked up, but you have a chance to redeem yourself. You sold crack to babies, nigga, to niggas' mamas and all of that. You need to atone for that. These are some of the things. These are some of the, these are some of the rituals that you should engage in. These are some of the authors that you should get into. This is some of the teaching that you should begin to, Even you got people who are religious that are behind the wall. You could teach them if a nigga's a Christian, I'm born again. All right, nigga, great. I'm glad you could be. I'm glad you could show up. What do you know about the Gnostics? Oh, I'm Muslim. I'm Muslim. All right. What you know about Sufism? Take them to the next level. Especially with all of that time that they got on their hands, they should they should be required to come home and show you something. AA wrote 3 books when he was behind the wall. AA wrote 3 books when he was behind them. And these books are classics to this day. He wrote the book on 9/11. He wrote the book on Katrina. And Katrina is another thing that I left out. Katrina was a catalyst to my consciousness. Katrina, New Orleans, that was one of the catalysts to my consciousness. Okay? It was Katrina. That's why when I heard Jay Electronica 5 years later, because Katrina is '05, I was in New Orleans at the Essence Fest the year of Katrina, right there in July. Katrina happens a few months later. I'm in Las Vegas. I'm in the Luxor, right? I'm in the Luxor in a pyramid. I get out the shower. I'm drying off because the magic show was that weekend. My brother Rikers was out there, right? Rikers had got me an extra room. I was chilling, and I'm drying off, and I'm looking at CNN. Mind you, Katrina hit Miami, and I was in Miami. I was right there on Biscayne Boulevard at the Venetian. If anybody knows anything about Miami, I was in the Venetian on the 15th floor, and the fucking Venetian is right on the water, and the shit was shaking. Right, the wind was blowing so strong that the Venetian was wobbling. So that was like on a Friday or Saturday. I'm in Vegas thinking that I'm thinking that the storm is gone. I'm looking at CNN. I'm seeing the shit flooding New Orleans. I'm like, God damn, how long is this hurricane going on? And all I could think about, because when I was working at the Essence Fest, I was working with my brother Big Teach, and he had a marketing and promotion company, and he caught a McDonald's contract, right? So McDonald's was paying for us to be at the Superdome to give out little apple slices. Remember McDonald had the apple slices? So we was just giving out free shit to all of the school children and whatnot, right? Don't judge me. It was a good check. And when I was watching CNN, all I could think about was those little fucking babies that I was giving apple slices to in Katrina. I mean, in New Orleans at the Superdome. So at this point, I think this is when niggas was going to the Superdome. So I'm drying off and whatnot, and I'm looking at the shit. I'm like, cause at that point they was like, it was mad chaotic, and the way that the news was telling it, it was just on some real dystopian shit. So I go into the Magic show. The Magic is like a clothing convention in Vegas. And throughout the whole time that I'm there that day, I can't think about nothing but Katrina. So I'm like, yo, I told Rikers, my dude Rikers, I'm like, yo, I can't stay here. You know what I'm saying? Like I appreciate the opportunity and everything, but I gotta get the fuck out of here, bro. Like I gotta get back to Miami. Like this shit is depressing me. And I go to Miami, and then I get the phone call from Blue Pill, you know, like a month later. And then when I go to New York, I fly out from New York. I fly out from Miami to New York, and then me and Blue go to the studio, and we record 3 songs about Katrina. This is one of the first times that I recorded music, right? I mean, I might have recorded some shit before that, but this is like really the first time that me and Blue get in the stew together and do some shit that's prolific. So That's the beginning of Red Pillar rapping shit, the whole rapping shit. That's the beginning of me coming to New York to come back to this bitch and do what I'm doing now. And the catalyst to catalyst is Katrina. The catalyst is Katrina. So that incident was a catalyst to where I'm at, right now. That's a fact. But yeah, we reminiscing, we going through things. I'm just giving y'all some tidbits to the life story. You know what I'm talking about? So when it's on Netflix, you niggas don't get surprised. Like, you was doing what? Yeah, nigga. Can't nobody, you got to tell your story so nobody else tells it for you. You know what I'm saying? If anybody knows me personally, that's one of my life's purposes is to tell the story. You know, is to tell the story. The story has to be told. You know. Yeah, the Katrina thing was crazy, bro. The Katrina thing was crazy. You know. Shout out to New Orleans. I heard they haven't bounced back since. You know. Grand Rising from the motherland. Salute to the motherland. You know. And that's why, and like I said, I got it when I went to the funeral for Poop Man. Like, the ancestors created that scenario because, like I said, it's just certain things that I needed to see before the ending of this decade. And just to see how many people that me and my brother is touching from the hood that I come from. That's not to take away from whatever hoods that we're touching that we don't come from. Or the people who we might be touching who we don't know personally. But the people who I know personally who are willing to, and these ain't no humble niggas either. Like, these are not humble people. You know what I mean? And to see the impact, and I'm sure that these people are not watching everything that we do. They're not sitting around drinking sea moss. You know what I mean? Doing fucking tantric yoga. You know what I mean? It's not like they're doing a complete life change, but the fact that they're like, yo, my nigga, like, you got an army behind you. You know what I'm saying? Like, nigga, you have an arm, you got the streets, like, you and your brother, like, the shit that y'all out here doing. Because I got big homies telling me that their sons, they're like, yo, my son. Because, niggas done had children early back in the days. So, niggas' children is like 30. You know what I'm talking about? Like, I'm 44. I know niggas that it's niggas that's 44 with 30-year-old children, right? So they like, yo, my son sending me videos with you and your brother. And I'm like, nigga, I know these niggas. And my son is like, no, you don't. That's red and blue, nigga. You don't know these niggas. And they like, yo, I'm having to prove to niggas that I know you niggas. You know what I'm saying? Like, they was like, this shit is crazy. And you know, how the Negro ego is. All you have to do is have a Negro try to prove that he knows you to another Negro, and now you're famous. So I'm like, oh, that's what's up. Y'all checking out the information. And I'm telling you, I'm with the goons, my nigga. I'm with the at the funeral, at the wake. We with the like I said, the brother who made transition, he was like the mayor of Flatbush. So a lot of people is there who even got a lot of sway in the industry now. Because if you go into the industry, anybody in New York knows that a lot of the niggas that's running the industry is niggas from the 1990s. Like, it's a lot of Brooklyn niggas from the 90s who either got on their knees, you know what I'm saying, and did a little bit of polishing of shoes and they was turning knobs and whatnot. Or, They got lucky and slid in the industry, or they got appointed by Jay Z, Puff. Some of the top niggas brought other niggas in, and here they are. They're power brokers now. So that's who I'm talking to. You know, like some not I'm talking everybody, but those are the people who I'm mostly appealing to. Why? Because we all come from the same sandbox. I know their powers, and I know what they're willing to do because we were all out there. We were willingly doing shit that you know um, the average person wasn't willing to do. I know their hearts. I know that they're fearless. You understand? I know that they're the kind of people that if they want something, they're gonna go and take it. You know what I mean? If they want something, they're gonna go and grab it by the horns. I know that these people won't never say white supremacy out of their mouths because when we were coming up, nigga, we was too tough to say white supremacy. Fuck is you talking about? The minute niggas said white supremacy, they lost the war, because you can't take when white people used to cross the street when they seen us coming. What the fuck were they saying? Black supremacy? You know what I mean? So fast forward 20 years later, you kill a few teenagers, and now niggas who used to be tough is running around saying that white supremacy is crushing us. You niggas make me vomit, bro. You know what I mean? That was the worst thing that could ever happen. Is when moist niggas infiltrated and started changing the lexicon because they wasn't ready for no smoke. You understand? Where I come from, niggas would have bodied Zimmerman, and we wouldn't have to had these conversations, and we would have just kept it moving, and there wouldn't have been no fucking talk about nothing. So the fact that you fake tough niggas, industry, all of them, the whoever, the fact that niggas tuck their tails is just it's a sign of the times. It's a sign of the times. It's my generation. It's the niggas that come after us. It's the Z generation. It's all of these niggas. And everybody's soft. Everybody's soft. Because that's how they acting right now. And all of that fake tough guy shit where niggas talk greasy to each other, that's not tough. You know what I'm saying? There's nothing tough about that. And nobody's impressed anymore. That doesn't do anything for anybody. You can't out tough. No, that's played out. Niggas have abused each other for so many years, so many decades, so long. Your grandfather's father's father, they was going through shit like that. Niggas was on plantation, buck breaking each other and fighting. That don't mean that. Niggas was mandingo wrestling a long time ago in front of white people, and the white people was betting on them and eating Skittles while niggas was doing each other dirty. So to talk tough to each other in the midst of what the fuck is going on, what does it mean? And I'm not even saying talk tough to nobody else, because it's not about talking anymore. It's about power. Where's your power consolidated? In your gums? You just out here bumping gums. Where's your power consolidated? Where does it show up at? In the strip club? Where? Where is it consolidated? On Black Twitter? On a hashtag or a tweet, nigga? Where is your power? Oh, I got mad followers. Where are they following you to? You know what I'm saying? You know, what kind of plays are you setting, my nigga? Like, what's your playbook looking like? What's your offensive plays? What's the triangle defense? Who's getting moved out of who? What blocks are you washing niggas up from? And that's literally speaking. So, certain people ain't used to this kind of conversation because, it extends too far into, what they may see as street rhetoric, but it's just real fucking talk, you know, when you got people who are frustrated, with, you know, niggas who are really not about that life, who are only perpetrating the facade because of, you know, the debasement of our culture. But when the culture wasn't debased, when it was only when niggas was made men, when you had to get, you had a button, you was selected, you was part of the family for real, and you was given a button, you was a made man. We didn't have to deal with a lot of this stuff. You know what I mean? Even the mafia is going through debasement. They're not even authentic anymore. The hip hop shit ain't authentic. Consciousness ain't authentic. Yeah, like 6ix9ine. 6ix9ine was able to become a blood because the UBN, the United Blood Nation, has been debased. Anybody could become a fucking blood. Once Lil Wayne became one, they washed you niggas up. You know what I mean? You have to, it's not quantity of membership, it's quality of membership. So once you niggas start getting greedy and you just let anybody become what used to be sacred, nigga, you are setting yourself up for a tsunami. And I'm not talking about Sue Surf either. You know what I mean? You finna get washed up. It's called debasement. And that's what the conscious community is right now. I'm looking for a new ship to get on. I'm ready to let this shit sink. Soldier Boy and Chris Brown is big bloods. So yeah, Soldier Boy, Chris Brown, and Lil Wayne, while he's after he finished kissing Baby, they throwing up the set. Who a blood for real? Somebody say he a blood for real. Who a blood for real? Brotherly love overriding oppression. Who's a real blood? Who's really doing the tenets? Who's doing community revolutionary and progress? Like, fuck is you talking about? Who's a real blood? Who's a real crip? Who's carrying out the the motherfucking tenets of what Tuki and them was laying out? Who's laying out the tenets? Oh, Lil Wayne is a real blood. That's what's up. But he's not a real blood. He's the blood like colors. He ain't carrying it. He ain't no revolutionary. You know what I'm talking about? They not cleaning up the niggas that's cleaning them up. They not cleaning up the niggas that's out here bodying black people. They not protecting nobody. Fuck out of here. I'm not impressed at all. One smidgen. You know, Nipsey was the most horrific event that happened to Black America in 2019. Everybody said that they love that nigga, and they put up 80,000 murals on him. What crip do you know is doing Nipsey type of work right now? The nigga Blueface was in fucking Skid Row throwing money around, trying to ride a nip wave because all of that shit that Whack 100 and all of that shit that low key hating that he was doing is gonna bite him in the ass. So now he try to stand in Skid Row and make it rain. It's too late, my nigga. You not about that. That's not what you about. So how many Crips have, if they really love Nipsey, how many of them have dedicated their assets and how many niggas have done anything Nipsey like since Nip got assassinated and we closing out the year? How many of them have created their own Vector 90? How many of them have created their own smart stores? How many of them have done anything for their fucking community since that man has been assassinated? And they seen him lay out the blueprint. They saw what it takes to get you buried in the Staples Center. How many? Because I want to get buried in the Barclays Center. So I don't want to. Don't put me in no church. Put me in the Barclays, nigga. You know what I'm talking about? Or the Garden. So I know that I got work to do to get in the motherfucking garden. But how many of them are doing that? Because that's what got them in the Staples Center. Okay. Yeah. Rollo did a lot for his community. But Rollo wasn't. What was Rollo? Rollo had his own set. They in a gang. They just don't gang bang. Okay. We need impact. We need impact. There's a lot of people doing things, but we talking about impact. We talking about impact. Like if impact. Shake up the internet. Make that shit go viral. Like you leak your meat. You know what I mean? Like you have a fucking a sex tape leak or something. Like you the baby of somebody. You know what I mean? Make it go viral. Find out a way to make it go viral. Yeah, I like Money Man. I don't know his blueprint, but I kind of rock with him. Niggas eating on each other because they scared to fucking. But when you go behind the walls, you're going to have to deal with the white boys. You're going to have to deal with the Mexicans. You're going to have to deal with the Aryan Nation. You're going to have to deal with all of that. Anywhere that you go, federal or state, you got to deal with it. So niggas are scared to deal with it in the real world. And I don't want to have these conversations anymore. You know what I'm saying? I don't want to have these conversations anymore. Because they don't got no power. There's no power in these streets, bro. And as a result of that, there's no fucking currency. There's no money like that. Because there's no power. Because niggas have not consolidated power. Them white boys is running around owning the construction site. And now you niggas is out here waving flags to fucking direct traffic when you niggas was union busters back in the days. Ain't no power. Don't get it fucked up. There's no power, so there's no money. And black America has gotten their asses kicked by the war on drugs. And it was almost like a Holocaust in the hood. And then gentrification got niggas on the run. Chance the Rapper is doing things in the shot. Nigga, Chance the Rapper's not a gangbanger. What are you talking about? Chance the Rapper is a fucking a tree hugging, real arrogant type of that nigga's a prude. I was watching him on a Netflix thing. I'm not a Chance the Rapper fan. He's too prudish for me. You know what I mean? You wonder what I think of Trump. What do you mean? I met Sauce Walker when he was in New York with Pop Darby over the summer. I met Sauce Walker. Sauce Walker's a legend. You know, Sauce Walker's a legend. But yeah, I'm gonna turn it in, y'all. About to go to sleep, tired and shit. I had a long. I just flew into Texas this morning, so it's been a long night. But it's been an interesting conversation. We covered a few things, and I look forward to continuing the conversation. I think Blue Pill is coming right back at you tomorrow with some metaphysics, dealing with the solstice, dealing with some information that he got. And he's going to tie it into his personal story because we all have stories. And for 2020, I'm going to do a lot of work getting my story out. That is our 10-year anniversary for Know the Ledge Radio. If Nick Cannon don't get tied up by Eminem, hopefully he'll put out that fucking Sabi documentary And if he didn't, if he keeps it 100, we'll be up in that bitch and we'll be doing our thing. And we got a few other things. I think Buck Breaking documentary with the brother Tariq Nasheed, that's scheduled to be going down. And we're going to be doing a lot of work in 2020. I want to focus more on the films. You know what I mean? The lectures is cute and everything, but I'm into legacy. You know what I'm saying? And film seems like the medium that's calling me right now. So we're going to focus on film. Shout out to the brother that I met in Baltimore who has the red camera. I mean, the Black Magic camera. I'm going to be hollering at you, Elder. And we really going to chop it up and do some things because, you know, it's silver screen time. You know what I'm talking about? I ain't going to look like this forever. You know what I mean? Like, got to take advantage of this shit. But, we got some scripts coming, a whole bunch of creativeness. And yeah, that's what it is. That's what it is. The music, of course, that's gonna need visuals. The documentary, that's gonna be visuals. We did something with Turtle Gang. We got some shit with Turtle Gang that he never. We worked with Turtle Gang. Turtle Gang was one of the first producers and one of the first video content creators that worked with us with Red and Blue. Shout out to Turtle Gang. He goes way back with us. He's day one in the conscious shit with us. If you need my voice up in Vermont, you just got to reach out to me. I will continue to do lectures. I'm not throwing lectures away. Lectures are the highlight to this whole thing. To me personally, the lectures are the highlight. There's nothing else that gets me more excited and more fulfilled, and it's more. It's more of a measurement as to my growth and development than the lectures. So I have to always do lectures because that's how I keep my brain functioning, moving. That's how I keep my topics coming to me. That's how I keep my downloads coming. That's how I connect with people around America who I add to the network, because I'm not just shaking hands. I'm out here getting business cards. I'm finding out what's your skill set, what's your talent, what do you want to do. Do the toad before you go to sleep. Hell no. Nah. You said your homeboy's body can't be found. Sorry to hear that. That is scary. You know, that's scary, bro. But I ain't doing no toad before I go to sleep. What are you talking about? I might do the toad before the year is out, though. I'll tell you that much. I did the toad on 8/8 on the Lionsgate, and that's one of the highlights to this year. That might be top three. Meeting God. That's kind of a big deal. And meeting God, when I say that, I have to clarify that statement. I didn't meet some nigga on a mountain with a beard that looked like Charleston Heston. I didn't meet a black woman. I didn't meet a black man, nigga. I didn't meet Horace. I didn't meet a black child. When I met God on an 8/8 on the Lionsgate, it was an energy. It was like a light. But not a light like this light. Not a fluorescent light. Did I lick the toes back? No. You smoke it. It's grounded up. It's like a powder and whatnot. And it wasn't even like I met him. It wasn't like I walked somewhere and met somebody. The minute you hit that shit, your ego dies. Right? Your ego you start feeling your ego die. And yeah, somebody said you meet yourself. Like you start, it's hard to explain to somebody who haven't experienced it. And don't get scared because there's nothing to be scared of. This is an enlightenment experience. It's all of that meditation niggas is trying to do, and niggas, I'm gonna breathe, I'm a tantric, and I'm gonna do my meditations, and like I'm telling you, instead of going 80 times around the block to get to where you go, just come and fucking cross the street with me, and I'll take you where you get. You know what I mean? Like the toad is just basically getting right to it. You know what I'm saying? You know when you was young and you was about to get it in and you wanted to do 8 hours of humping and a long kissing, and then Shorty was like, "Nigga, just get right to it." Like then you meet one Shorty, and the minute the door closed, you turn around and she's butt ass, and you like, "Well, goddamn." You not here for the foreplay. Yeah, the toad is not. It's not the foreplay, nigga. We not here for the. It's getting right to it. It's the source. So you feel your ego stripping away, and then what they call a source is just everywhere around you. I videotaped. I had Hank videotape me. The shit looked like I was having an orgasm. I'm smiling because the feeling that I got was a euphoric, orgasmic. I didn't feel like I had to really have an orgasm, but I felt good. It felt like 15 minutes. It was like the most. It was like 15 minutes, but 10 minutes heavy, 5 minutes coming down. 5 minutes to like recover and whatnot. But I promise you, bro, somebody said it lasted 21 the second round. Nigga, I did 3 rounds in one shot. You know what I'm talking about? Because the first round got interrupted by a fucking phone call. You know what I'm talking about? The first round got interrupted. I didn't turn my damn phone off. Stupid me. And it could have fucked me up. You know what I mean? But go and do the research. Don't take my word for it. 5-MeO DMT. It's a whole bunch of white boys on YouTube explaining to you that don't take regular the regular DMT where niggas be seeing aliens and all of that. I never did no shit like that. And I'm not trying to do no shit like that. I'm not trying to do no acid. I don't want to get scared. I don't want to, you know what I mean? There's only two things that I'm looking towards. I need to go and sit down with Dr. Sabi, right? So whatever whatever type of Wakanda shit that I need to go and talk to my elders or my ancestors, that's on my journey. That's just me personally. And I want to get to God. When my brother told me that he saw God, I'm like, nigga, you sound crazy. And you know what I mean? Going back to what I said before, he was the first one. He told me, yo, I don't want to meet an alien though. Somebody said Billy Carson got them feeling they want to meet an alien. I really don't want to meet an alien. I'm on Earth. You know what I'm saying? I'm chilling. I'm working on getting this Ralph wardrobe. I don't want to meet an alien. What the fuck is that gonna do for me? Then they're gonna leave me stuck on Earth trying to explain to knuckle draggers about aliens so niggas could put me in the loony bin. I'm good. I don't want nothing that's gonna spook me out. I don't want to see no niggas walking through no walls. You know what I'm saying? Cause on the Bufu, you're not hallucinating. You're not seeing nothing. You're not seeing things. You're feeling something. I was born first. You're feeling things. You're not really necessary because I have my eyes closed. But of course, when your eyes are closed, you could still see shit. Just to show you that your eyeballs are not the source of your vision. Because when your eyes are closed, nigga, you can see some shit that you could not see when your eyes were open. So what's the explanation behind that? Oh yeah, peyote. I heard about peyote. I might, I don't. I mean, magic mushrooms, bufu, uh, and maybe one or two things. Ayahuasca, definitely. and maybe some ibogaine. That might be on my list. But other than that, I'm not really trying to, you know what I'm saying? Shit that helps your brain rewire, shit that helps rebuild your brain, whatever helps rebuild my chi, whatever help, yeah. And it's not for everybody. Somebody was like, they just gonna chill. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, that's for you. You know, and I hope I don't sound crazy to people that's listening and whatnot. Like, oh, this nigga's losing it. You know what I mean? I know I sound crazy because my brother sound wild crazy when he was telling me about that shit. That nigga, yeah, they got DMT vapes. You know that, right? They got DMT vape pens. A nigga tried to slip me a DMT vape pen the other day. I was like, fam, I'm good. Like, you want to fight? You know what I'm saying? I don't do edibles. I did an edible before and I lost control of my body. I didn't have control of my body. But I sound crazy probably talking about the fucking toad. You know what I mean? And I'm good. You gotta hit me up about the reptile store. You know, and I will understand what that means, but take it from me. And like I said, this might not. Thank you, Gustavia, for the Cash App. Take it from me. It's not for everybody. I don't think. I would suggest that if before you do the toad, you do some kind of cleansing. You do some type of cleansing. You want to be clear. I didn't eat that day. You know, I didn't eat that day. It didn't take me into my memories. I saw my children with me on the beach, right? And the sun was rising up, and I was walking from a beach home, right? And I didn't have no clothes on, and my children were on the beach playing, and the sun was rising, and it was like just on me. That's what I was envisioning. And there was like sounds of water in the background where I was at when I did it. So like the water helped evoke, I guess, the beach vision in my mind. But yeah, it was one of the best experiences of my life. You know what I'm talking about? It was one of the best experiences of my life. I shit you not. But like for 2020, I'm gonna slow down on the marijuana. You know, I'm listening to what my brother Wesley Muhammad is dropping. You know, that shit got me kind of worried. Um, you know, I don't really even need too much. I'm a creative. So my whole thing is what's gonna take me and defocalize me and bring me into a creative space. You know, that's it. You know what I'm saying? Some niggas just need sloppy toppy. Um, some people just need to breathe. You know, just this right here, just me building. You know, that takes me into a place. If I read, if I have a good book to read, that could take me into a creative space. If I listen to some Chief Keef, you know what I mean? Some Finito, that'll take me there. It just depends, bro. Yeah, now I'm good with the edibles, man. I am so good. And you niggas is not gonna catch you. You know, what do they say? You get me one time, that's on me. You know what I'm saying? You get me two times, nigga, I'm good. Dr. Sabi was the first one that gave me some shrooms when I was like a teenager, a young adult. I was in my 20s. That was that was lit. But then I've been trying it ever since. Like I was with the shifters. We tried some mushrooms. I did it. I haven't it haven't done nothing for me ever since. Like every time I tried it, it didn't activate. I don't think I tried enough of it, but you know. Yeah, I might eat the weed. You know what I mean? I heard about cooking tea and everything and eating it like as a butter, you know? But I'm gonna focus more on CBD. I'm into preventative shit these days. Like, I just want to strengthen my body. So CBD I'm interested in that. The shrooms, I'm interested in that. You know, um, anything hemp. There could be any kind of hemp extracts. They could deal with nutrition. Any kind of nootropics, anything for the brain. Because right now at my age, I'm really focusing on the brain. You know what I'm talking about? Like I want to preserve the brain. You know, I want to uh, I want to get the brain right. So the brother 19 Keys came out with something called Lion's Mane. That's a nootropic. The Gold Water, that's a nootropic. You know, so that's what my mind is on. Things like that. Cause I've been smoking weed for mad long, and it has its ups and downs. You know, that should be having me lazy sometimes. I keep it 1,000. Like it got its ups and downs, and now that they legalizing it, you know, it just the adrenaline of smoking some illegal shit, it doesn't even work for me. I went into a dispensary. It didn't feel. I was in Vegas. I went into a dispensary. They had the police at the door, like at security. I'm ready to buy the weed. I'm looking at the nigga through my side eye, through my peripherals. Like, is this nigga looking? Then I had to remember, like, wait a minute. This shit is legal. You know, I don't know what I'm doing. But it just didn't. I bought the shit. It was like in a tube and everything. And it just was like, but I'm not in the trap. I'm not in the bando. It don't feel the same. Like, it feel like I'm buying cigarettes. It didn't smoke the same. Like I'm blowing it and it's just smoking like a Newport because it's not illegal, so it don't taste the same. You feel me? I don't know. It's just I guess it's all mental. Yeah, but as I study the brain, as I study the universe, as I study the aspects of the fractal universe, as I study the fact that, everything is inside of us, I am more so interested in, you know, anything that's gonna help me explore that. So definitely ayahuasca is the way to go. The sister Chef Aki, shout out to Chef Aki. She does ayahuasca trips. You know what I mean? I might do one with Chef Aki. You know what I'm talking about? I just don't want to throw up all over myself in front of Chef Aki. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm gonna have to mentally prepare myself for that. You said record it? Nah, I can't record it. Not the ayahuasca thing. That's too sacred. There's certain things that you can't. Like, I recorded my Bufu thing, but I'm not gonna put that out there because it's sacred. You know what I mean? Like, to be honest with you, I wasn't even supposed to record it. It's almost like trying to record freestyling. It's almost trying to, the ancient Indians talked about cameras and recording things. Like the certain spirits won't show up when you're recording. So, you got to be mindful of that. You can't capture everything on camera. You can't record everything that's sacred because it's a violation of what it was called sacred. You know what I mean? So I'm gonna keep that one to whoever's in attendance. But the Mount Shasta thing that's coming up, we're gonna be lit. This is in March, I believe. We're gonna be lit. You might see me smoke a whole ounce. Don't judge me because I'll do it on occasions. But we're gonna be lit. Like we're dealing with healing. We're dealing with straight healing. We're dealing with the reward is to the risk takers. You know what I'm talking about? We're gonna be cleansing. We're gonna be dealing with some kind of spiritual growth. We're gonna be in Mount Shasta, which is a highly spiritual place on the ley lines and everything. So the energy in that bitch is gonna be lit. We're gonna go into Oregon, into Humboldt County with the pickers and the growers, the real weed and everything. We're gonna explore some things, and then the mushrooms grow all up and down there. So, I look forward to that. But with that being said, it's mad late. You know, I appreciate everybody's attendance tonight. Thank you, everyone, for your cash apps. Y'all were very generous. Love and light to everyone who received the information tonight. You know, if you have any questions about what we talked about on tonight's show, I could be reached on my Instagram, L Filthmore. You know what I mean? Feel free. Don't feel shy. Don't ever feel shy in my presence, or don't ever feel like you can't. Look at me. I get up here and I'm revealing shit about myself and my history that some people would be ashamed to speak of. So I'm very transparent. Uh, even if I was a shy person, you wouldn't know, because the way to fight it is to basically, you know, push it out the way and just do what you need to do. My PayPal is the Mark 125th. The Mark 125th. So I'm here to assist you in any way that I can. And if I can't, anybody who DMs me about certain things that I'm not proficient in, they'll let you know. I will act the person who can help them. I say, go to my brother KT the Arch Degree. I got 1,000 DMs where I'm like, go to my brother KT the Arch Degree, because I'm not the one to help cure you of stage 6 cancer. You know what I mean? That's too sensitive of a topic. I'm gonna let my brother, who's the scientist and the healer, deal with that. But like I said, there was a lot of suggestions made tonight on this winter solstice. The reason why, you know, this show is so long, and the reason why this show is so personal, is because of the winter solstice. This is what's bringing this is pulling it out of me. My brother Blue Pill will come on tomorrow, Tough Talk Tuesdays, on Christmas Eve, I believe, and he'll tell you more of the metaphysical esoterics, you know, meanings behind today. Not just today. This whole shit is a ritual. You know what I'm saying? The death of the sun, the 3 days, all of this shit. They duping us thinking that Christmas is about Santa Claus. This is all a high cosmological ritual, and it's going to coincide with a motherfucking eclipse on the 26th. Like, anything that you're doing in this next 3 days is gonna set the tone for your next year. Understand that. Whatever you're doing from today, from the solstice on, is going to set the tone for your upcoming years, right? So be very mindful. This is a time of giving, right? This is Christmas time. This is a time of family. This is a time of making children happy. This is a time of making loved ones happy. This is a time of basically burying hatchets and whatnot. Because when you go amongst family on Christmas Day, there's going to be some cousins or aunties and uncles that you might not fuck with like that. So you might want to practice some kind of forgiveness. You might want to practice some kind of expressing yourself. If there's something that you want to tell someone and get some shit off of your chest before 2020 reaches you, this is a time of healing. This is a time of meditation. This is the long night. You know what I mean? This is the time of contemplation. This is the time of, you know, you know, introspection, because I'm utilizing introspection as a healing modality, because like I said, I'm still crushed because I lost a friend who was very dear to me. So I'm still in mourning. He died on December 4th. So I'm mourning for a whole 30 days. So I have to sometimes reminisce about the good old days, the heydays of, the 90s and stuff like that, because he's attached to my memories and whatnot. So I'm paying homage to him and his spirit and there's like 10 other brothers. You know what I mean? So on an ancestral realm, nigga, there's a fucking party waiting for me. You know what I'm saying? Like I got a whole caravan of niggas waiting for me, you know. And when I speak about back in the days, I'm paying homage to the people who made it possible, because it wasn't just me waking up making things pop in the 90s. We was all doing this shit together. You know what I mean? We all sat drinking quarter waters and spitting out sunflower seeds, and we all decided that we was going to live our life on our terms. That's what we did as teenagers. Around my son's age, my son is 12, we was around 12 and 13 eating sunflower seeds. You know what I'm talking about? Spitting out sunflower seeds, and we all came up with a motherfucking we all came up with a vow that we was gonna live our lives on our terms, and we wasn't gonna answer to none of these crackers. Shout out to all of the crackers in the chat. You know what I mean? You know I fucks with y'all a long way. But we wasn't gonna live by the system's rules. We were not going to abide. We were not gonna abide by Joe Biden's laws. You know what I'm talking about? We wasn't going to live, we wasn't going to walk the straight line that Giuliani was laying down. Look at all of these people in hindsight. They're all criminals and crooks. These were the people who were trying to rule our lives when we were teenagers, y'all. Rudolph Giuliani was the mayor in New York. He locked everybody up. Now this piece of shit is, you know what I mean, with the president, out here doing impeachable crimes. He locked the mafia up. This is Giuliani. This is the nigga who brought down the mob in New York, and he's more crooked than everybody. He's part of 9/11. Oh shit, I can't even say that on the new YouTube. 9/11 Porsche. He's part of the Porsche. So, you know, I'm very, I don't regret anything. You know what I mean? To be honest with you, the only thing that I regret is them phone calls that I had to make to tell my peoples that I was not coming home for Thanksgiving. That's the only thing I regret out of that whole thing. You dig? But other than that, it is what it is. You know, it is what made me who I am. So, you know, let me see hit them thumbs up. You know what I'm talking about? Hit them thumbs up. So, like I said, Blue Pill will pull up. I think he'll be here tomorrow. I'll be back for Third Eye Thursdays. You feel me? And we'll continue this conversation. All right? Love and light to the family.